Good morning, my darlings. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. I've been away for a day. It feels like a week. What did you get up to yesterday without me? That John Scott was on, wasn't he, with the gorgeous Kerry Toft and all those beautiful dinosaurs. Loved those. Such a great show yesterday. I was tuned in. Anyway, it's really good to have your company on this National Couples Appreciation Day. So who's your partner in crime? Who's your partner in crime? I've got many. Anyway, welcome to the show. Let's crack on with our early birds. Now, our early birds, one of my favourites. It's one of my favourites. It's the Bosal batting seaming tape. Just brilliant stuff, this. I know lots of you have tried this and loved it. It's an absolutely brilliant product because ultimately it helps you to save money and waste less. I just love that. It's a fusing tape to use with quilt batting. You can use it with fabric too. I'll show you in a second. So what you do is you grab your offcuts of batting. All right, and I think the best thing to do is to put them where you want to join them and overlap them by about an inch. Grab some scissors and then cut a very, very gently curving line. So just sort of not a very straight line, but not a very curvy line either. Just really gentle. So just like that. It just makes joining the two bits together that little bit easier, okay? What you don't want is any overlap. Okay, right. So once you've done that, okay, I'm just going to grab my ironing surface. Okay, lay those surfaces together and get them butted up really nicely. And then you're just going to lay your piece of seaming tape over the top. Snip it off. Now it's fusible on one side. You'll feel the side that's fusible because it feels slightly rough. Make sure your edges are perfectly butted together. I like to use a bit of Osnaburg or a bit of cotton as a pressing cloth, and I'll lay that over the top and then grab your iron. And if you're using a pressing cloth, then you can use a nice warm iron, something like a 3-spot iron, and fuse the layers together. If you're using something like a polyester or a silk batting or maybe bamboo, you can reduce the heat and just press a little longer, but just make sure those edges are butted together and press just to activate the fusible web. And this will hold the layers together. And now, rather than having these rather useless little bits of batting, you've now got one whole piece of batting that you can use in a quilt. It's going to save you throwing away all those bits of wadding that you trim from the edges of quilts. It also means that you can confidently buy perhaps those wider widths of batting, which are more economical than the narrower ones. But you may have a chunk. You can use it now. $8.99 for the roll. You get 9 meters, which is loads. Super, super useful. You know, if all you've got is offcuts, seam them together. Seam them together. You can use the iron direct. I'm not a massive fan of ironing straight onto batting, but you can. You don't need to do the fusible on both sides. You just need to do it on one side, and that's all fused together. And then you can use it in a quilt project. Really easy. I use this batting tape for quilts. I use it for cushions, runners, whatever. You know, you may think, well, if I'm going to fuse my batting together, I'll just use it on a small project. But there's absolutely no reason, once you've made one piece like that, that you can't join several of those together for a wall hanging or lap quilt. Now, don't think that just because it says Bosal in the title that it can only be used with something like Bosal in our form. It's made to use with all battings, and it doesn't matter whether it's, as I say, a silk, a polyester, an 80-20, cotton. You can join them. If you're going to use, as I say, if you're going to use this with a polyester batting, then you would only want to have a low a low setting on your iron, like a one spot, and use a pressing cloth. Make sure you protect all the surface. You don't want to get the iron on the batting itself. And fuse the layers together. And I'll just show you again how this works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this down the middle now. Now, whether you're machine quilting, whether you're hand quilting, it doesn't matter. You can use both. Oh, Linda's asked the same thing. Good morning, Stuart. Can you hand quilt over the tape? Yes, you absolutely can. Yes, you can. Yeah. Right, so I'm just going to put these layers back together. So I've overlapped them by about an inch. And then I'm going to cut that just very gently, wobbling line. Only in the sense that I think it's easier to kind of find your point to get the layers really nicely joined together. There we go. So take out that little strip. And you see now, so it's almost like you're trying to cut a straight line, but you just go slightly on the wobble. And then pop your batting tape over the top. And obviously you want to make sure that that batting tape completely covers the area that you're joining. And then, as I say, a bit of Osnaburg, it could be a tea towel, it could be a bit of calico, just something to protect your batting from the heat. And I'm just pressing to fuse those layers together, like that. I'll move it down. You can see where I haven't yet fused, it still comes apart, but where I've fused, it's beautifully joined together. So bring those layers together. Batting tape flat. And the great thing about this batting tape is it's so lightweight that really, once it's layered, it is undetectable. It's not a bulky layer. It's so fast. And yes, you can hand stitch bits of batting together with a ladder stitch or a feather stitch. But I mean, most of us don't have time to do that. This is fast. This is easy. And, as I say, really undetectable in your quilt. But it means that all of those oddments, all of those scraps which you thought you'd just throw away, now you've got a proper piece of batting that you can use. And as I say, you can just keep going like that until you've got wadding that's big enough. Now, you might well find that for a lot of projects, buying extra wide batting, like 120-inch wide batting, you might only need to buy ½ a metre of that. Now, most of us aren't making quilts that are this big, but lots of us make quilts which are double that. So if you bought ½ a metre of the extra wide, cut it in half and seam it together, you've only bought ½ a metre of batting, you've now got this big rectangle that it might be for a lap quilt. So for £8.99, you're actually saving a lot more money long term because you can use up your scraps, you can clear them out. Are they taking space up in your cupboard that could be filled with beautiful fabric or other lovely things? I mean, I must admit, I've got folded piles of offcuts of batting in my studio in a cupboard. And whenever I'm quilting something, I go straight to them, first of all, rather than the roll of batting, to see if any of them are big enough. But from time to time, I will get them out, I will seam them together, and then I know I've got a sort of quilt-sized batting. You know? This is the kind of thing I think you could look at and think, I mean, what's that for? What do I use it for? Why would I need that? But I think once you actually see what it can do, lots of you multi-buying this. It's a great product. We love our Bosal products here at Sewing Street. I know you love them. I love them. They really are my hero company in many ways. Sandra, who's bought it before on a FIFO, said, a saviour to all those bits of batting. What a brilliant way of putting it. I love that, Sandra. Yeah, well, I hate throwing things away because remember, you know, these little pieces of batting cost the same inch for inch as the full-sized quilt batting, you know? And if you're throwing bits away, you are literally throwing money away. So keep them, seam them together, and use them, and you'll free up space in your cupboards, your drawers. You'll use stuff rather than it just sitting there. You are saving money. Right, we'll keep that around. We'll keep that around. Okay, let's do the menu and see what's coming up today. Right, we're starting off this morning with extra wide fabrics. Lots of gorgeous extra wides. Next up at 9 o'clock, we've got the Kimono Jacket with Allison Maryon. Now, this is gorgeous. Look at this. I'm just going to move the iron out the way. Isn't it beautiful? You can make this to any size and also any length. Love the shape of the arms, really elegant. And also there's this lovely seam here across. I just think it's really stylish, beautiful as a beach cover-up to wear around the house. You could also wear this out. You know, it could be a really stylish version. You could do it in denim, you could do it in a floral, you could do it in a sash coat. You could even use quilted fabric and make this. So loads and loads of options. That's a brand new pattern at 9 o'clock with Allison Maryon. Now then, at 10 o'clock, we've got essential sewing room tools, lots of demos in that hour as well. And then at 11 o'clock, Allison is back with her Victoriana Hearts Cushion. Look at this, what a sampler. What a beautiful sort of homage to Victoriana and embroidery. I love those pearl buttons and the lace. Isn't that gorgeous? Now that's not yet on pre-order. I'll let you know as soon as it becomes available. And then at 12 o'clock, we have got Brother sewing machines, and I'm going to be doing a deep dive into the Brother FS250 Fashion Edition. So if you've ever wanted a really good look round that and the demo of some of the stitches and what it can do, stick around for the 12 o'clock when I'll be demonstrating Brother. Also, I just want to let you know, in case this is really important for you, we sold out of the Brother M330E embroidery machine the other day. We've actually had one machine come back. So I have one embroidery machine available. Oh, it's gone! Oh, Hannah! Hannah! Oh, well done if you spotted that. Oh, well, no, it's good. I'm glad you got it. Oh, there we go. I tried. I tried. Here's what you could have won. Right. I need to, oh yeah, how to get in touch. How to get in touch. You can message the studio@sewingstreet.com. You can go to Facebook and message us there. Or you can go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then you can message us on screen. You can also watch us live. That's you, Hannah. This is your bit. And then you can scroll down. There we are. There we are. Hello. And there's our products. We've got our early bird, the batting seaming tape, and then everything that's coming up, including all those beautiful extra wide fabrics. Now, my top tip today is have a look at those extra wide fabrics, not just for your quilts, but also for Allison Maryon's fabulous kimono jacket. About 1.5 meters to 2 meters of the extra wide backing would make the absolute largest size and the longest length of kimono jacket. 1.5 meters would do for most. Okay, so keep that in mind when I'm showing you these extra wide fabrics, that they would work brilliantly for the kimono jacket, and they're a gorgeous sort of weight of fabric as well. Now, if you want to grab the pattern, it's $9.99. It's brand new today. There is the code. GBA, so Golf Bravo Alpha 278. GBA 278. That's Allison Maryon's kimono jacket pattern. Or, as she actually calls it, the Scandinavian bog jacket. We'll talk about that later. Right. Let's dive in. Lots of you going for that already. I love this one. I've used this one. This is a toile de joie. It's from Kim DL, who I adore. This is, look at this. Look at this. Isn't it fabulous? Time's gone by. This gorgeous scenic of kind of cozy country cottages and animals in the wild and trees. It's beautiful. It's what we call a toile de joie. It's an extra wide. It's 108 inches wide. It's £12.99 a half metre. It's called Sun-Washed Romance Farmhouse in blue. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely for using on the back of quilts, but also for using on the front. This is 100% cotton, quilt weight cotton. It is a beautiful, beautiful quality fabric. You could make gorgeous cushions out of this. You could make beautiful duvet cover, pillowcases. You could do a bed runner, but brilliant for backing your quilts as well. Absolutely brilliant for backing a quilt. And such an economical way, because at 108 inches, that's almost 3 widths of fabric. And if you think about that, that's coming in at about £5, £5.50 per half metre if you were to buy individuals and then seam them together. But then you've got the hassle of having to sew them all together. Who's got time for that? Now some good mornings to say. Pam, good morning, lovely. Delia says good morning, Stuart and team. They all say good morning. Claire says good morning, Stuart and all. Jill says good morning, Stuart and team. Marie says good morning, lovely boy. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your day, in fact. Pat says good morning, Stuart. Lovely from Blackpool. I did some cross-stitch and gardening. That's what Pat was doing yesterday. What about you? Steph says, morning, Stuart. Just had a bath. Wanted to smell nice for you. Shall enjoy watching you today, giving us crafters inspiration. Hope so. Donna says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. Don't think I've ever seen you in a non-patterned shirt before. It's a brave new world. Janet says, good morning, Stuart from sunny Oman. Wow, welcome. We're international. Oh, a diagram. I like it. Let's see. Oh, yes, that's good. I like that. So there, yes, your standard width fabric is 39 inches. And then your extra wide, 108. Now, the thing is, I don't think that's not proportional, is it? It gives you an idea, but it's slightly misleading because it looks there like a standard metre is about half the width, but it's really just a third, about a third. 3 standard widths sewn together would make 117. So just 9 inches more than the extra wide. So sewing 3 pieces of fabric together, actually once you take off your seam allowances, it wouldn't be far off the same. So much more economical to use the extra wide backing. And this is brand new today. It's this scenic from Kim DL, a toile de joie, romantic farmhouse. I love it. Love that. Now I've got this in a different colourway. Ooh, this is lovely. I like this. So this is like a really rich kind of golden tan, almost like a cheddar. Wow, I like that. I like that a lot. Wow, that's so cool. As I say, you can use these to make your own duvet covers at a fraction of the price of a like-for-like purchase. If you bought... You know, I remember buying a duvet cover once. I mean, I didn't pay this price for it. It was on sale. But I'd seen it on a duvet cover, £600. I mean, there's no way I was ever going to pay that for it. But I think it still cost about £100 when I bought it, which was a significant saving. But £100 for a duvet cover, even at that, is quite a lot. Whereas you could make your own. You would need, for the top, about 2.5 metres, 5 units. Which is significantly less and much better quality, I think. Love that, with the black print. Isn't that gorgeous? Kim DL does a lot of kind of country-style fabrics. She's one of my favourite designers. And Hilary, I know one of your favourite designers too. Right. Right, this one, completely different. Now this one, I'm going to give as a bit of a top tip. I think this would be amazing to make the kimono out of. We've had this before. It's completely sold out. This is a back in stock. Now, I'm just going to show you what this looks like. Let me just throw it out for a second. I'll just show you a little bit of a kind of absolutely gorgeous this. And do you know what I mean about a kimono? A kimono in this would be absolutely gorgeous, wouldn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I reckon 1.5 meters would be plenty. The bundles that we're doing for Allison Maryon's kimono are kind of like a dressmaking width, and they're 2 meters. But I reckon the extra wide 1.5 meters would be enough. Isn't that fab? This is 0.5 meter here. But how gorgeous is that? And I think that would make the most stunning kimono jacket. This would also be fabulous for bag making. We've had this before, sold out in a heartbeat. Over 1/4 of the stock's in baskets. It's absolutely lovely. And even in 0.5 meter, you get absolutely loads. It seems to go on forever. I'll show you. Ready? I would love this as a quilt backing. And actually, this would be really nice to use on a scrap quilt. You could use this as alternate blocks. You could use this as a border for a scrap quilt. And there are things inside written like compassion and me, present, change, peace, the sun, rain, tenderness. I like that. Oh, I could do loads with this quilt, with this fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? What about making like a lampshade with this? What about a bag for artists' materials, paints, brushes, storage baskets? Really gorgeous, lovely. Everybody that's checked out has checked out multiple units. Angela's message to say, are all the extra wide fabrics okay for the kimono jacket? I love the colour of your shirt. It really suits you, Angela. Thank you, Angela. I don't wear a lot of green, but I was just attracted to this colour. Thank you. Yes, all of the extra wide fabrics that we've got are suitable fabrics. Now, obviously, we'll see from Allison in terms of directionality. So some of the fabrics, a couple of them in particular, are directional, which may affect how you cut things. I don't know at this stage, but something like this, doesn't matter which direction it's in. 1.5 meters would be fab. You can make the kimono longer. It's a very clever method. Yeah, love it. Love it. Half the stock of this has already gone. It's only just come back in stock. Dan, would you grab one corner for me? This is 0.5 meter. You get such a lot of fabric for your money. Look at all that. Absolutely loads. This is $12.99's worth. Incredible. I want a kimono jacket in this. Thanks, Dan. You love being on camera, don't you? Oh, Go on then, off you go. I'll keep you posted on that stock-wise, but that is absolutely flying out. May I grab a couple more that are in the same sort of vein? Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. This is absolutely beautiful. Now, I showed this to Alison earlier on, and I said to her, do you think this would be nice for a kimono jacket? And she said, oh, yes. Straight away. This is sold out previously. We've only just got it back into stock. Look at that. Again, completely different look, but for a kimono jacket, this would be stunning. You know, you could wear a t-shirt and jeans You could wear really simple plain dress under this, or skirt and top. Be lovely for bag making. This beautiful florals, I think it's got a slightly Japanese look to it. I think it's because of all those lovely chrysanthemums and the blossoms in there. But equally kind of English country garden as well. It's giving me lots of summery vibes. Of course, I'm talking kimonos here, but this is quilt backing, so perfect for backing your quilts, but also borders, piecing, bag making. Absolutely gorgeous. Derek's got in touch. Derek from the Scottish Borders. He says, I tune in at work and I see the most amazing fabric. Colour Story Multi. And I just had to order. Going to be an interesting shirt. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Love that. Need to see pictures of these shirts. Love the idea of using these fabrics for dressmaking. They are 100% cotton. And often as well, the extra wide backing fabrics are often a finer weave and a sort of slightly lighter weight, quilt weight cotton as well, which does make them supremely good for dressmaking. Yeah, love that floral. Keep going through for all of these, won't you? It's very, very busy. I think lots of us now have really started to cotton on to using extra wides for other things, and also for using them as they're intended, as quilt backings. It's faster, it's easier. You don't have that seam line. You don't have to match patterns up. You've just got one piece of fabric, wadding top, and you're away. Now, next up, yes, this was one I was going to pick out too. Similar sort of vein to those kind of paint chips. This is kind of a watercolour effect. This is sold out many times before. Just gorgeous. Is it wrong that every single one of these fabrics I'm thinking, oh, that would make a really gorgeous kimono? Again, in fact, I'm just going to drape the other side. Excuse me a second. I just think it's absolutely gorgeous, and you know, as a kimono, I could just see that really working. Oops, what do you think? I think that really works. I think that would really work. Lovely. All very suitable. Very, very easy to sew as well, of course. Michelle's got in touch from Lincolnshire. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Beautiful fabrics. I need to win the lottery. Yes, yes. Can we all win together? Oh, mind you, if we all win together, we'd all end up with about 12 quid each, wouldn't we? Which would kind of take away from it. But I mean, you know, better than nothing. Good morning, Stuart. Today is my 32nd wedding anniversary, so I'm celebrating by going fabric shopping. Hurrah! Wendy, happy, happy anniversary to you. That's wonderful. Have a great day. Enjoy your shopping. Don't forget to get some extra wide while we've still got it. This painted spot is absolutely flying out. Lots of you are going for these. Absolutely delightful. I'll need the other one back then, please, the painty one. They would work together as well if you wanted to keep, you know, like put these two together and maybe for bags, something like that. Be rather gorgeous. Thank you, Dan. Here's that other one. Oh, love that combo. This one's about to sell out though. Just be aware, this one's about to sell out. But that similar kind of look, isn't it? So cool. So cool. Backs of quilts can and should be as beautiful as the fronts. And certainly should be a quality fabric. The back of your quilt is going to take every bit as much wear and tear and washing and loving and cuddling and, you know, as the rest of the quilt. Morning, Stuart and team. I bought some Willie Mo extra wide fabric and made a set of 8 placemats and coasters for my sister. Good value. That's from Stephanie Sussex. That's a very, very good point. And I suspect that was from 1/2 metre, Steph. That on the top, something like calico or Osnaburg or a plain fabric on the back, you have got so much value in 1/2 metre. If you wanted to make scatter cushions, if you wanted to make pillowcases, anything like that, really, really good value way of doing it. If you make to sell, value-wise again, things like lining bags, you know, with beautiful fabric, or the outside of bags, beautiful fabric. Yellow plaid next. This is wild. Love this. Ah, now then. How cool is that? That's a dose of sunshine. It's an absolute dose of sunshine. Jan says, morning, Stuart and all. These fabrics are too nice to be hidden on the back of a quilt. I know exactly what you mean, but you know what? They're not that hidden, are they? If they're on a bed, you throw it back, you see the back. If you're cuddling under that quilt on the sofa of an evening, you see the backing. I think the only time when I'm really not that bothered what's on the back of a quilt, still needs to be quality for longevity, but it's a wall hanging. That's the only time when I think that will be fine, that will do. Doesn't have to be particularly special, as long as it's a good quality fabric. But that's when it is hidden and stays hidden. But everything else, you see the back of your fabric. Oh, do you want a little special on this? Let's have a little special on this. Why not? $10.99 1/2 metre. Fabulous. Fabulous. Love that. Love that. Little tip here. If this is too bright for you, okay, what I sometimes do if a fabric is too bright is I will use something like a tan machine dye, and I will put too bright fabric into the washing machine with a tan dye, and it tones everything down. Give it a try. Give it a try. Some more messages. Steph says, I adore Kim DL's designs, traditional muted colours harking back to old America. I desperately want to get one of her books, but I'm not sure where to start. Oh, I've got all her books. Simple Blessings is a lovely one. Simple Blessings is a lovely one, but really any of them are gorgeous. Mo says, morning handsome, I'm recovering from my birthday yesterday. Mo, I missed wishing you a happy birthday. Happy next day after your birthday. Mwah. Hope you're okay. Jan says, morning Stuart, and all those fabrics too nice. I will read that one. Steph says, I concur. I used an old sheet, polycotton, for a quilt back. It was a nightmare to quilt. Lots of bunch. Yeah, don't do that. Quality fabric every time. Every time. We've reduced this one. It's brand new today. $10.99 1/2 metre. Absolutely bright and beautiful. Right. Next up, let's do colour wheels. Now, I don't know if I've seen this one before. It has been on, hasn't it? This comes in and goes out straight away. This is always a very, very, very popular fabric. This is called colour wheels. I think that's fab. That is fab. What a great fabric. What a great fabric. All those kind of colour spectrum. I'd like to cut it up and applique these circles. Or I could imagine like fussy cutting squares out of this. How cool would they look? You get a lot of value. You get a lot of value. All of these different colours and kind of already pieced together for you. Absolutely stunning. I'll show you what 1/2 metre looks like. There we go. Look at this. So you get all of this. Look at the value you get from this, especially if you wanted to fussy cut. You've got all of these motifs What about a binding? Let me just fold this down for a second, because I think as well, this could be really interesting as a sashing fabric for, say, a scrap quilt. Imagine that or that as a border, yeah, or a slightly wider border, again, around a scrap quilt. Fabulous. I've got to see how it would look as a kimono, of course, because I think that would look absolutely amazing. Another message, lots of messages today. It's wonderful. Morning, gorgeous. Well, that's my budget blown. I'm going to make 2 kimonos. Love Allison's patterns. That's from Jude. Oh, well. Allison's pattern for the kimono, by the way, is on pre-order. Oh, that would look amazing. With a black turtleneck sweater underneath and nice jewellery. Oh, fabulous, fabulous. Love that. Love that. Can we go with the mosaics next, please? Is that all right? Because this is gorgeous. Like stained glass. How cool is this? Now, we've had this one before, but it flew out. We've just got it back in stock. I'll just pop my hands there so you can get a sense of the scale of these pieces. Isn't that gorgeous? And this would be really nice to use for a border. Can you imagine using all your scraps and maybe doing some stained glass, easy stained glass quilt blocks? There's a pattern in, I think it's Simple Shapes, called Mondrian, which just layers up fabric and you cut it and then you sew a thin strip of black in between, cut again, sew it back together with a thin strip, and you swap your fabrics around, you know. So you end up with like almost like a 9-patch, wonky 9-patch of different colours with thin black sashings in between. Those blocks with this and solid black round the outside of the blocks be amazing. Half square triangles just with this and a solid black. Pinwheels. Disappearing pinwheel with this. So cool. For $12.99, you get a lot of fabric. You get a lot of fabric. If you think that this piece here, right, that's a fat quarter. That's a fat quarter, okay? So 1, roughly, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 fat quarters, the equivalent of at least 5 fat quarters for $12.99. Amazing value. Absolutely amazing value. You could even use this as a challenge fabric if you have like quilt club. So you know where in a quilt club where everyone gets a fat quarter or a half meter of the same fabric, and then you get 6 months, or some groups take a whole year, and they're like, do whatever you like, come back next January and show us what you've done with that fabric. I love these things. I love these kind of challenges. Just to spark your creativity. This could also really spark you using up your scraps. $12.99 a half metre. Back in stock today as well, so good chance to buy it. Okay, next. Yes. Right, so this one, wow. Wow. I think this is crying out to be used for dressmaking. Amazing. It looks like sequins. Have a look. You've even got the shine of the sequin. That's wild, isn't it? It's called Rainbow Sequins. Obviously, it is a quilt weight cotton. It's a woven. But this would be really cool for bag making, wouldn't it? A backpack, a rucksack, a great lining for something too, or the backing for a really beautiful rainbow bright quilt. You've also, of course, got that lovely ombre effect. So you could really use this in your quilt making, couldn't you? I could imagine cutting, you know, long strips of the fabric and seaming them together, perhaps with a plain black or a white or a grey. And you could do almost like Bargello style, you know. Could do some really cool things with that fabric. I think sometimes it's just, you know, especially if you've lost your sojo and you're not quite sure what to do, get 1/2 metre of a really exciting fabric and just play with it. Don't intend to make anything. Just get it, live with it, see what comes to mind, and just have a go. Just have a go and see it as an experiment, as a learning experience. Okay. Something completely different, Hannah. Okay, so these are some of the Kim DL backing fabrics. Okay, well, can we do this one first? This N62. So I've used a lot of Kim DL backing fabrics in my new book, Quilts from the Country, because they have that lovely country vibe. And also the lovely warm colours. This is really kind of warm, rich, kind of apricots and tans. Love the design on this, these kind of rondelles. Gorgeous, isn't it? This would be fun to fussy cut. You could fussy cut this if you wanted to use it, you know, elsewhere, rather than back. It's actually called mandala. Lovely. Now, I've had a message question. Can you use these fabrics for dressmaking, and how much? Collector in Northumberland. Well, first of all, yes, you absolutely can use them for dressmaking. Wherever you would use like a woven, like a cotton. So if the pattern says that it's suitable for woven cottons, then you could substitute these. Obviously, there isn't any real stretch in them, so you couldn't use them in a stretch dressmaking pattern. In terms of how much, that is almost impossible to answer. It depends on the pattern. I kind of understand, I think, where you're coming from, like how much it would be the equivalent of a 55-inch wide, you know, proportionately. But again, it's very difficult because if something's got long sections, like trousers, for example, they tend to use a lot of fabric proportionate to what you're making, you know. If you want to make Allison Maryon's kimono, about 1.5 meters is going to be ample. If you know, we'll talk to Allison in depth about how much fabric you need for different sizes, but for most people 2 meters of regular width fabric is going to be enough. So about 1.5 meters of this should be ample. I hope that helps. I know it's a slightly woolly answer. And also as well, obviously we will talk to Alison about the sizes. Jennifer says, good morning, Stuart, beautiful fabrics. Could you tell me what size the kimono goes up to, please? All right, Jennifer, the good news is that the pattern is a method, if you like. So you can actually make the kimono any size you want. You can make it that's just right for your body, the right length, the right size, which I think is brilliant. If only all patterns could be like that, eh? Right, next up, let's do this pretty floral. This one ends 2/4. Again, this is pretty. This would be lovely on the back of a quilt, wouldn't it? Really nice. Got that lovely warm tan, that little bit of soft rose pink. Very nice. Very nice. Alana's got in touch. Morning, Alana, and baby Simon, of course. She says, good morning, Stuart. How much would I need for a king-size bed from Alana and baby Simon? Right, any of the extra wides for a king-size quilt? Well, depends how big the king-size quilt is, because Strictly speaking, a king size quilt is 120 or 124 even, and now most of us don't ever make quilts that big. I made one that big once, and it was a mistake because even on a super king bed, it's too big, you know. But 108, the fabric's 108 inches wide. So I think for most king size beds, and certainly if you were making a king size duvet, they are not 124 inches wide. So 3 meters. So 2.5 for up to queen size and 3 for king. 6 units. Hope that helps. Pretty, really pretty. This would also, I think, be really, really nice for pyjamas. I could imagine making pyjamas out of this. Yeah, like lounge pants. Gorgeous. Yeah, or a dressing gown. I mean, Allison's kimono pattern would be lovely to turn into a dressing gown. All you would need to do is kind of lengthen it, which is super easy to do. Allison will tell us how. Next up, let's go green. Ending 1/8. Ooh, this is different. Love that. Little bit of rose pink in there as well. That's really different. I really like that too. Cottage linens. Floral agua. Agua. That's water, isn't it? Agua. Is that right? Is that in Spanish? Agua. Aqua is French, and then agua is Spanish. Thank you. I'm terrible at languages. The only language I was any good at school, I mean, I think I was okay at English, but was Latin. Bizarrely, I loved Latin. I loved Latin. And we had the loveliest Latin teacher. This is really lovely. I like that. That's a bit different. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? That would be really nice for a kimono. It's all about the kimono today, unashamedly. Allison's really turned everybody on to kimonos. I think it's wonderful. They look so stylish. I've got a few more of these extra wides. Next up, I've got ending 7/3. I like the little bit of blue in here as well as the orange. Yeah, you can see that. No, you can't chop up my shirt. It's brand new. This is the first time I'm wearing this shirt. I did that thing. It's awful, isn't it, really? But I saw the shirt, okay, and well, I bought it online first, not this one, navy blue. And then I liked it so much when I got it, I went back on the website and they do this shirt in about 8 different colours. So I bought 5. Different shades of blue. I've got a white, the green, and 3 different shades of blue. They also do a coral. They do a coral. They do a linen. I'm not sure the linen, whether it would sort of really wash me out. I'm not sure. See, pink doesn't suit me either. Pink looks awful on me, and I really want to be able to wear pink, but it doesn't look nice on me at all. Welcome to my world. But no, I mean, I've never done that before where I've liked something so much I've bought one in every colour, but I did. They also did a special offer as well. If you bought 4, you got loads of money off, so I thought it was rude not to. Anyway, rather lovely and great for dressmaking as well as quilting. Right, this is another firm favourite of mine, ending 2/4. This is rather gorgeous. Again, these are all 108 inches wide. Huge value in every half metre. You can get so much out of half a metre. If you were going to use this for lining bags, you could probably line 3 or 4 bags using 1/2 metre. Absolutely fab. Next up, oh, this is definitely my favourite, ending 5-1. Love that. Love that. That's really nice. Got kind of a deep plum, a terracotta, a gold, a little bit of that jade green. So again, you could mix and match this with so many different colours on the front. And of course, it's going to wash beautifully, wear beautifully. It just makes, you remember you're making heirlooms. When you make a quilt, you're making an heirloom. You're going to be using it for years and years to come. And family will no doubt use it for years and years to come. And there's the last one from Kim. Again, lovely kind of almost historic repro look, aren't they? Okay. Now, the stained glass window, very, very popular. We love our brights. I love my brights. Love my brights. What a great starting point for a scrap quilt. Just go to your scrap bins and pick everything in the reds, the oranges. I mean, gosh, there's no rules, are there, with a fabric like this? But equally, imagine lining maybe something like a black denim bag or a black denim jacket with this fabric, or having this as your pockets. Really beautiful. Now then, this one is just a brilliant all-rounder. The tan, the cream, but also look at these wonderful sewing motifs. You've got the old-fashioned treadle sewing machine there, hand crank, the dressmaker's mannequin. Now, this is one of the fabrics I was talking about earlier where I said very, very much a sort of directional print, although some images obviously are turned and twisted. But we'll have to ask Allison about the construction because, well, I'll tell you why I say it. Because the kimono goes up and over. So if it was the right way up here, it would be the wrong way up here. And I don't know whether it would be possible to put a seam. You'd have to put a seam here to correct that. So maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, yeah. But it is a lovely quilt backing fabric anyway. I mean, these fabrics don't have to be turned into kimonos, I suppose, but we'd just like it if they could. This is the last one. I think this would be lovely to make a sewing machine cover. If you've got bags for life, there's a sewing machine cover pattern in there and adaptations to make it fit other machines, you know, different sizes of machine. This would be great for making a cover. And again, you wouldn't need a lot, probably 1/2 metre for most machines would be enough. Fab. Kirsty's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, these backing fabrics are gorgeous. I use them to make dresses all the time. I always buy 2 metres. Then if there's some left, I make a matching bag. What a brilliant tip. Lisa Lamb's got in touch. Morning, Lisa. She says, referring back to my 5 pairs of shirts, she says, I'm the same with jeans. If I find the HG, that's Holy Grail, pair, I buy all the colours and sometimes 2 of the same size. Because if you find the perfect fit, you never ever want to run out or risk being without, do you? Oh, I'm glad, Lisa. That makes me feel a little bit better about my obsessive buying. Paula says, a nice black shirt with the stained glass collar band and inner button band. So classy on a man. Paula, that's a great idea. That's a lovely idea. Yeah, you could use just a little bit of those fabrics here and there, couldn't you? Yummy. Now, I've got bandana. I've got red. This is called bandana. Bandana. Isn't it? Oh, what is it called? Bandana. Oh, what have we called it? Boudoir. Well, that's just wrong. Because it's called bandana. I think that's gorgeous. I love these fabrics. I love these fabrics. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. I did actually go through a phase, I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to go through a phase where I was never seen without a bandana. I don't mean on my head, I used to wear it around my neck, but I loved a bandana. I'd look a bit scary if I wore a bandana around my head, wouldn't I? I think that's lovely. Anyway, look, this is what 1/2 metre looks like. Again, this would be really nice for the kimono. I'm sorry to sound like a stuck record, I realise I do, but I just think that would be really rather stylish, don't you think? I'm just going to drape myself now. But I think that would be ace. I think that would be absolutely gorgeous. Right, that's that one. And then I also have it in a navy blue, which I think I could use even more. If you love your denims and your blues, wouldn't that be a fabulous addition to your wardrobe? Lovely. And also as a backing for a quilt, but also consider it as a border for a quilt. I could use this 1,000 times over. Now, Allison Maryon is up next. Her pattern is selling super, super fast. If you want to get hold of it, I would jump on the website during the break and get it. We've also got her Victoriana cushion coming up later. This has just gone on pre-order. So if you want to get either the pattern, if you want to get the sort of pattern with accessories kit, or if you want to get the full bundle, they're available now. You might need to refresh your screen or refresh the website. They've just gone on pre-order. But yes, top tip during the break is buy your kimono pattern, your bog jacket pattern, so that you have got it and you can sit and relax and enjoy Allison Maryon, who's coming up after the break.
Hi there, my name's Allison Maryon and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
I think it's fair to say that Allison Maryon has broken the internet. Alison, what are you doing to us? Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Looking lovely. Is that your kimono you're wearing too?
My bog jacket.
Your bog jacket,
I'm
sorry.
not afraid to call it a bog jacket.
No, I'm not afraid to call it a bog jacket either. It's a bog jacket, everybody. Alison, everyone's going wild for your new pattern.
Wow, that's fabulous.
The website has been incredibly busy. These patterns are flying out. We do still have some stock right now if you want to jump on the internet and grab your pattern. This is the reimagined Bronze Age Scandinavian bog jacket. I mean, Alison, I adore you,
isn't it?
but kimono does trip off the tongue a little more easily.
But it's not Japanese.
No, fair enough. You are. Tell me the story. This is flying, by the way. Grab yours while you can. $9.99. The method will fit any size, any length. It's adaptable. We're going to show you how. But tell me the story. The reimagined Scandinavian bog jacket.
Well, in the peat bogs in Denmark, they found the remains and a jacket within the peat bogs, and they were carbon dated back 4,000 years, which takes it back to the Bronze Age.
Incredible.
Obviously, back then it was in leather, but this is the way that it had been made.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. And you've taken your inspiration from that find to reimagine, as you say, in the pattern and create something so beautiful, so wearable for dressy occasions, for wearing around the house, as a dressing gown.
Well, this one on the front here that Becky's wearing, I made that for her out of a cantha quilt.
So we could use quilted fabric as well.
Oh, yes. And I've got one here in polyester satin. I've got that one with me because that's got a different tie at the front. And this one down here, this was one I made for my mum just to throw on after the shower, and it's a bed sheet, a flannelette bed sheet.
Amazing.
So you just extend your rectangle. So basically the instructions tell you what measurements you need to tell you what size rectangle to work with.
Got you.
And
So
that's it.
It's a method
Yeah.
as well as a pattern. I
Yeah.
think that's so clever because it means then that you can change it, adapt it. It was always going to fit and flatter you. So many of you have gone for this. It's an amazing price as well, $9.99 for a brand new pattern. And again, you know, it could be adapted in so many ways, and also unisex.
Yes.
Completely unisex. Imagine making this in a lovely denim. What about making this in a gorgeous Japanese style? You know, the sashiko, almost
Yeah.
like the slubby
Yeah,
linen
lovely.
style fabrics.
Yeah.
That would be gorgeous. Doesn't need a lining, but if you used a quilted fabric, the seams inside are finished. You could overlock, or you could bind the seams
Yeah.
inside.
I've got a
couldn't
couple
you?
of samples of different finishes.
Awesome. I just think it's lovely. It hangs beautifully. I mean, it's deceptive.
I love that fabric. That really suits it, doesn't it?
It's got to be said, Alison, this fabric bundle is flying out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
If
It's
you-
lovely.
Yeah.
And it's quite an open weave, so it'll be lovely to throw on a cold evening, but also light enough to wear during the day.
Yes. Oh, I mean, holiday season is upon us. Something to pop on when you're off the beach,
Yeah.
on the pool, going for lunch. This fabric, I'm going to grab it. Let's do it now. This bundle is 2 meters. What will that make me, Alison?
Well, this is a quilting cotton that I'm wearing, and with this one it's slightly different because it's only 44 wide, which the one I'm going to demo with is. You have to add a little bit to the sleeve, and this was made up to a 20.
Amazing.
So that one is a wider fabric.
This is much wider.
Much wider, so that would come up, well, I can show you what extra I've got left.
Yeah. So this is 140 centimetres wide.
Yeah, so you've got this extra piece that could have been added at the front, because this one's added on the front as well.
Got you.
So I'll show you on the demo for that one.
Got you.
But with that one, you wouldn't need to do that.
No, this is a 70% linen, 30% cotton mix. So it feels absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
147 wide.
I wasn't sure of the...
140
Yeah, I
wide.
wasn't sure of what it actually was, but it's lovely.
Yeah, linen cotton mix, absolutely gorgeous fabric, really beautiful. It's a 2 metre bundle and it's just $23.96. I think that's an amazing price. And as Alison was saying, you could actually make this jacket longer length with this bundle if you wanted to, without needing any extra fabric. Absolutely lovely. So that's that bundle. I've also got a really beautiful...
Your extra wide fabrics earlier on would have been brilliant.
Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? I think a lot of our customers that bought them earlier on are thinking the same thing. Now, this is the same composition. This is 70% linen and 30% cotton. I'm loving linen at the moment. I'm wearing a lot of linen. This is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. What a great colour. So fresh, so summery. And I think, Alison, that this jacket would look gorgeous to wear to a function, a wedding, do,
Yeah,
you know?
blend in, yeah.
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 Really lovely. But equally, you could pop that on, you know, to sit in the garden early morning to have a cup of tea and just enjoy the spring weather, which we're finally getting.
It was daylight when I came out this morning. That's the first time.
Huzzah! I know, it's fab. Again, amazing price this for a 70 linen, 30 cotton mix, £23.96 for 2 metres. And this is that wider width, 140 centimetres width. So there are a couple of cotton linen blends. Now this next one, this is a viscose linen. So the viscose in this gives it a bit more of a kind of drapiness,
yeah, I've
doesn't it?
used that though in other projects, and it's beautiful fabric
Absolutely gorgeous.
because it's got weight with it.
Yes.
Weight and drape,
Yes, it does have a nice weight
which is
to it.
unusual.
This is a 35% linen and 65% viscose. And it's 135 centimetres wide. So would we need to do any extra joins with this to make it work, or is this going to be a good width?
What width? is it?
135 centimetres.
Well, basically, your width is that. If you don't mind having a shorter sleeve,
Gotcha.
yeah,
It's
that's your
wrist
width.
to wrist.
Yeah,
Amazing. But you can extend that if you
Easily,
want to.
yeah.
Easily. Love that. This is a really, really elegant colour, isn't it? This sort of soft, almost like a puce. Very nice. $23.96. How do we get our prices so good?
brilliant.
It's amazing, isn't it? I remember back in the day, you just couldn't find good dressmaking fabrics. But now you really can. Now, next up, some William Morris. This is a viscose. So again,
I
this,
didn't know that you had any William Morris
come and have a
viscose.
little feel of this, Alice.
I bet it's beautiful.
Wow, it is divine.
Oh, lovely.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Would you have liked that, a bit of that?
I would have liked it. But then I
Next
like
time.
that one as well.
Yeah, this is lovely. Now, this is 150 wide, so this is brilliant.
Oh, that's plenty, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. That has the most gorgeous drape. If you're prone to power surges, very nice, because it feels light on your skin. It doesn't feel kind of, you know, sort of clammy or sticky to your skin, just kind of wafts. I think that would be lovely to take on holiday as a little
Beautiful.
cover up.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'll be having to look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, be quick, Alison. 'Cause, you know, stocks are limited as always. $23.96 again for 2 meters of this.
That colour would go with everything too. It would look lovely with
Really
jeans,
would.
wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
really would. Now I've got a couple of denim options like this. We'll start with the darker. I love the idea of denim for the jacket.
I'm heavily into embroidery at the minute, so it would be lovely. Well, I'll show you one that I'm doing with some embroidery later.
What a
and
lovely
that would look lovely.
idea. What a lovely idea.
Apologise.
This is like what I would call a shirting weight of denim. This is a lovely light weight denim. Now, I mention that because if you did want to layer and quilt this, and
Yes.
have a quilted version,
Yeah, with
it's
that
light enough.
behind it. Oh, could make it reversible.
Oh, you could. Also, as well, I think I'd be inclined to crack out the orange
Yeah.
or the yellow
stitching,
thread for
yeah.
top stitch. Yeah, go full on denim. Or as Alison says, some embroidery on this would be amazing. But again, this is where you could get into that kind of unisex territory using the denim. Okay, and then I have a light denim. This is a slightly heavier weight, but still what I would class a shirting weight. But perhaps that's sort of like slightly heavier weight shirting weight of denim. That sort of rugged shirt.
I think that would look lovely if you had some crocheted granny squares all the way around the bottom, wouldn't it?
Ooh.
Perhaps in a cotton rather than a yarn, you know, a wool yarn.
Or the other thing, down this lead edge,
Yeah.
if you work a blanket stitch, a wide apart blanket stitch all along this edge, and then you can crochet into it, and you could crochet an edging round the front
Yeah.
in a lovely cotton yarn.
Lovely.
Lovely. Beautiful. That's a lovely idea. In like a cream. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. That is the light denim. Again, look at the price. Amazing. $18.99 for 2 meters. Ample to make your kimono or Scandinavian bog jacket. One more bundle. And this is the one that Alison's going to be demonstrating with. Again, a really popular one. This is really pretty. Really pretty. The price is incredible. $14.99 for 2 meters.
2 meters. Wow.
Great, isn't it? Really terrific prices. Terrific prices. And this is a cotton poplin. So light, soft, lovely and cool against your skin. Again, the sort of perfect little holiday pack up, I think. Good old coverall. Now, let's just remember that this all hinges on an amazing new pattern from Allison Maryon. if you got yours, well done, because here's the news. It's sold out.
No.
It's sold out, Alison. Well done.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
Calling it a
Lovely.
bog jacket, I
Yeah.
think, was the answer. The bog jacket. Now, tell me about the size. How do we find our size? How do we make it?
Well, basically, you go with the fabric that you've got. So obviously, this is the width of the fabric. But because this is and this one is a narrower quilting cotton, this is a poplin, but this was quilting cotton, I've had to extend, because I wanted longer sleeves. If you're happy to have a short sleeve, it doesn't matter. That one there comes sort of mid...
I'm just going to slip this on,
calf,
actually.
but it's not your calf, that's your leg.
I've been wanting to pop it on all morning, so I'm just going to pop it on so you can see where the sleeves end. Ooh.
But when I'm wearing something, I don't necessarily want it all round my wrists. But I did have this
I really
left.
like that length.
I did have this left, so they could have been extended.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that length.
So yeah, in the leaflet, I give you instructions on measuring to get the right size rectangle for for your body measurements, not for the size. We don't do sizes.
Right. Who cares?
Yeah, that's right. It's a
Just
number.
want it to fit.
That's right. Yes. So as I said, I made this one into a 20. I'll show you. Look, Stuart, I took it in
Yeah.
because I've made it for a friend. But yeah, so if you'd like to get your piece of paper,
Yes.
you've got your rectangle that fits to your size. So you'll have worked that out from
Yep.
the instructions.
So step one is you kind of measure yourself,
Yep.
and then you create just a rectangle
Yeah.
to your formula.
Yeah.
So that's step one.
Yeah.
We've got our rectangle.
There is an online tutorial, by the way.
That is
there's a
actually more or
QR
less my
code for.
shape, Alison, these days.
There is a QR code that takes you through to a tutorial, and I go further into finishings and things like that and different aspects there. So anyway, you've got your rectangle of fabric.
Got it.
Okay, so the right side's down on your surface, and you've got your length of your shoulder, from your shoulder. So as a guesstimate, Stuart, just do a fold at the top. Say
Okay.
that's the size I want my sleeve. This varies whether you want a narrow sleeve, whether you want to leave it the full width.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So, like, for example, here's this sleeve. I could have it a bit
This one I've taken in a little
narrower.
look.
Can see that, yeah. Or you could go wider.
Yeah.
Yeah, love that. Really adaptable.
So you've got your piece there now, so fold it over and fold it in half again. And just make a fold.
Yeah.
That's it, open it out. And with your scissors, you're going to cut up the front.
Just up that front
Yeah.
crease.
Up to your fold.
Done it.
That's it. Right, fold it over again, back where you were.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you how to work out your measurement here as well.
Oh, is
but
this your neckline?
that's your neckline. That's it.
Yep.
So if you open it out, there we go.
Oh,
Got
I've got a
that.
bit more of a slashed neckline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's up to you then what sort of finish you want at the front, whether you want a rounder neck that comes in more like a Chanel jacket size
Yeah.
pattern. But I like this one where we take it down. So what you're going to do is you're going to take a line. I'll draw it in. You don't need to draw it in. You're
Okay.
going to take a line from your neck edge. And then you're going to cut
Ah, got you. Yes.
up to your neck edge. Okay.
So I'm just going to put my two edges together and
Yeah.
just... So you cut almost like a little wedge shape.
Yeah.
So like that.
So that's your top.
Yep, got that.
Okay. Fold it in half again. Now you've worked out on your sheet what distance you need here. So if we do a guesstimate to, say, there, about halfway along, if you want to cut in through both of them, about halfway along.
From the
Outside
outer
edge.
Is that the fold? No, it's not
No,
the
the
fold, it's
outside
the
edge,
outer.
yeah.
Just to that point, yes. So that would be the length of the sleeves.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
And then you fold that in
To the centre line.
centre, and you have a jacket.
Oh, Alison.
And then you stitch
That
your
is
two
so
seams.
clever.
Two seams across.
That's it.
That's it.
There and there.
The most important thing is your sizing, obviously.
That's amazing.
So that's why Kerry called it a kimono, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, absolutely. But also, Alison, I can really see the value in trying this out several times with
yeah.
paper
Yeah.
to see what length, what width of sleeve, because you can really see it once you've done it. And I think, okay, yeah, love that sleeve length, but I perhaps would want this a little bit longer or a little shorter. And you can vary,
Yeah.
because presumably varying the rectangle size is what affects the length.
That's right, yeah. Because this one here, the one that I made for my mum to out of the flannelette sheet, that's a long length.
Yes.
And I made it extra wide, and you can see the sleeves are very deep. This comes down to her waist.
Yes.
So, and I made it extra wide so that it actually crossed over.
Yeah.
So it's so versatile.
Yeah, really versatile. I think this is ever so clever. This is one of those teach a person to fish moments, isn't it? Rather than give you a fish.
Yeah.
Rather than just saying, here's a pattern for a
Yeah.
kimono jacket. This is almost endless.
Well, and you're making it to your size.
Which is the holy grail.
Yeah.
Collector from Merseyside, Morning Kate. She says, I love this style of jacket. It looks fab on you, Stuart. Thank you. Alison's patterns are always well explained too. She's
Thank
brilliant.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
brilliant.
you.
Thank you for that. The fabric that I'm wearing has sold out. Was it me?
Of course it
I
was.
doubt it.
Of course it was.
The bundle that Alison's going to use for her demo has also sold out. Unless, should we ask, could you use a different bundle to demo with? Would
I
that
could
be a
do.
thing? Hannah?
Yeah.
Would you mind? I don't want to put you on the
wouldn't mind
spot.
demoing with that William Morris at all.
Do you want to demo with the William Morris? You'll have to take it home then,
Oh,
Alison.
no.
Would that be a
Yes, 'cause it'll
problem?
have to be finished.
There you go then.
Swap.
There, happy day. See, you get what you want, Alison, because we love you.
Right.
So that is a viscose. Love, love, love viscose.
Yeah.
Any advice? Do we need to handle it differently, sew it differently?
No, because it's more slippery, I would tend to pin it rather than sort of...
Wing it.
Yeah. I certainly would.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. I've got a dressing gown.
You certainly have. It's really wide as well, isn't it? It's great value. The width on the William Morris viscose is at 150 wide. It's 150 wide, 23.96. You get 2 meters. So this, you can have those sort of full length sleeves and a little bit longer length as well. It's a great buy. And especially as well if you're an autumn like me.
Did we have the rotary cutter?
Oh, the rotary cutting the viscose.
My fave. But no, it's all right. I'll use a rotary.
Yeah, we're going to grab it for you.
Oh, lovely.
Dan's grabbing it for you. No, Dan, it's the guillotine style. So it's all on a, It's in one of your hours, Alison, always.
Always, yeah.
Always.
Probably the next one,
Yes.
because I'm cutting squares. So
Yeah.
That and the viscose snips.
Yeah.
Absolute godsend.
Yeah, why?
Because they're sprung and you don't actually have to physically open a pair of snips, and they just sit nicely in your hand so you can work with them. Whereas if you've got snips that you have to do that with, you can't work at the same time.
Yeah.
Ah, lovely.
It's just those kind of ergonomics are different.
Yeah, I'm only just going to square up the top, that's all with this one.
Okay,
So.
cool.
Do we have a direction in this?
Don't think so.
No, we don't, do we? It doesn't matter because actually that's something that you do have to think about, because if you've got a very definite directional fabric, obviously it's coming over from the back to the front. So with that one, it doesn't notice because it's not an absolute obvious pattern.
No.
But I did it so that the like the little twigs, branches were going upwards over the top because, yeah. But it wasn't.
Because this is
enough
where
to
your
worry.
eye would naturally be
That's it,
drawn, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to square off this top here.
Whereas
a
we had
minute.
some fabric earlier on that had rows of sewing machines all facing
Yeah.
up one way.
Yeah.
And of course it'd be the right way there, the wrong way there.
And
I think-
on the back because
Yes.
it's coming over from the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I always say stick to nature and you don't go wrong.
That's right,
Because
yeah.
plants and flowers grow in all directions.
That's it, yeah. So we've got that finished off at the top. I'm going to have to cut this off, aren't I? That's such a shame. Because,
No.
well, I won't be able to do a good demo because there's so much fabric. So what I'm going to do, I've already got my measurements. So we're going to come over. Let's move this one.
So
here.
just like I did with my paper, you fold the top edge over
Yeah.
first of all.
Exactly as you did with the paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the cleverness of the method. Melanie asks, hi Stuart and Alison, can I ask, is it a beginner's pattern?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah. You've
Very,
got two
very
seams.
beginner friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got two seams. And the finish, yeah, I'm standing on the fabric down here. What a shame. I got to cut a piece off.
Fair enough.
cut it.
Like what, make it a bit shorter.
Yeah.
Fiona says, morning both. Lovely to meet Alison. Lovely lady at Village Fabrics Open Day. Alison modelled
Oh,
this
yes, hi,
jacket so well
Fiona.
on that day. She says hi to her husband too.
Oh, he's here somewhere.
Yes. Keeping
Probably having a nap.
Can't blame him. Did you drive up this morning?
Yeah. But as I said, it was lovely because it wasn't dark.
Yeah. Can I help you at all? Do you want me to hold the weight of the fabric up a
That's
little bit?
lovely, thank you. Let's fold it back over again and I'll take off. This is going to be a guesstimate, so we're going to have the sleeves over the top. So if we have about a metre, so about half of it. Like that.
Gosh, so this is really amazing value.
It might
then.
not match up at there because this is a bit, there we go,
We put you on the spot, Alison. I appreciate you showing us.
out of the way. That's it, that's a bit better piece to handle here
Great.
on this high table. So now we're going to have this over. So I want mine at 11 inches.
So was this, did you see the original in person or?
No, I didn't, but if you want to go online and put in Danish bog jacket, it's beautiful to see. Although it's not a pretty picture,
Right.
but they've actually got the mummified remains with the jacket on in
Oh,
one of the
amazing.
photographs. Yeah. Oh, there we are. So 11. That's it.
Don't want to come back
Up
a little bit.
yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Yes, the peat, the
It's
peat
the tannin,
bog
something
bodies.
that-
Yeah.
that preserves them, which is amazing, isn't it? It's just, what I am going to do, because this is so slippery, and I've got one down there that I'm doing as a beach throw, and it's in chiffon, and I'm going to show you the finish on the edge of that one. I would go across here with pins at the shoulder point.
Yeah. Just to hold the fabric
Hold
still.
it together, yeah.
Just be aware the fabric bundles are selling out rapidly. So if there's a fabric bundle that you want, grab it, check out your basket now, and then relax and enjoy the demo. But I don't want the bundles to slip away.
Right, there we go. So what I'll do first, it doesn't really matter what order you do all this in, but first of all I'll cut out the neck. If you take a pen, and I know mine is about 1 inch down, there. And 2 3/4 in there. Oh, that's not far off, is it? So then you're going to make a round, because this is only taking it down from your neckline at the back. We're going to sort this out
Yes.
another way. So there we go.
Did you want some scissors?
No, it's all
You
right.
got some, great.
Yes. There we go.
So that sort of gives you, I suppose it's from here to here, isn't it? It's just the
Yeah,
front from,
a little bit.
the back of your neck to
Yeah.
the front of your neck.
So that it doesn't sort of pull you back.
Yeah.
It must be one of the simplest patterns to draft. Well, you don't have to do a pattern, do you?
No.
I mean, you could do yourself a pattern if you wanted to. But now I'm going to go up the middle.
Yeah, I suppose if you find the perfect neckline for you,
Yeah.
keep a record
Just keep
of
it. Yeah. So now I'm going to
Maybe
fold
cut
that.
it out of calico.
Fold that there. I'd love to see everyone's makes when they do them.
No, I know. Because this is one time when we know actually that everyone's is going to be unique.
Yeah. And then this one, I'm going to go up to there.
Alison's freestyling now.
Yeah, it's the only way. Right. Now I need, oh, if I closed it, I'll open it again. About, this is very about-ish,
Yeah, love that.
because it's not that well fitted, is it? So it's a drapey.
Yes.
So I need 12.5 there. Now, hopefully, if this is folded well, I shouldn't be cutting off anything the other side, but I am just winging it a little. So now I'm going to cut from the bottom of the sleeve along to that 12.5 inch point on both of the fabrics. To there. So now we have the back,
Looks like a jacket.
the front tops, and the front sides. There. Now, you've got, with this one, you've got extra over the front. You can, if you want to, just bind around the top and then join in with this that's been folded. But I find it a lot easier just to take that off and then go round the whole outside with
Yes.
some form of binding. You could just overlock it if you wanted to, and just turn it over then. But you've got to be mindful that this is cut not on the true bias, but it's not on the straighter grain, these here. So what I'll do is I'll get the corner there. So that's the front. So now I need to cut these so that they're the same length.
Got you. So you just separate those from the back.
Yeah, I've got my 2 pieces at the front.
Yeah.
You will obviously measure this at home.
Yeah. And then straight up the middle.
And that takes that piece off and that piece off. And there you've got your edge-to-edge jacket.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So you can bind it with bias binding. You can put a border like this on. It's in the instructions. Or you can overlock it and just turn it.
Yes.
But with these seams here, it depends on your fabric. I'll sew these up in a minute.
Yeah, we're good
That's
for
fine.
time.
I'll show you this. This is the beach cover-up that I said I was making.
Oh, that's a
But it's chiffon, so obviously this needs different finishes because I've bound all of the seams before I've actually sewn them. This is another one where I said about holding the top together with pins so that you know where you are because it's very slippy. So what I did was I bound the edges and then sewed the seam. But you can see it there, that's the side and this is the sleeve. So that's that one. Or you can, that's another one I did with a tie at the front.
Oh, that's lovely.
But this one, I think, is French seams.
Ah, so you can do French
So you
seams
French
too.
seam it. It gets a little tricky at your right angle corner. You have to snip your fabric. But you can just overlock, which I did with that one. So you can see how quickly that comes together.
Incredible.
If
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
overlocked.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now, so we're going to turn it all inside out. And we're going to stitch from the front middle. They're doing next door in their party.
I know, they're having a party. I think it's amazing that you can show how to cut out and sew the whole thing within an hour show. Obviously at home you can take your time.
Yeah, because my edges might not match up here. I might have to...
I suppose one of the most important things is that you measure yourself properly.
That's right, yeah. Start off with the right square and the right distance.
Yeah.
Because it's like I said, that one that I did for Mum for when she got out of the shower came down to her waist. Because she wanted just something to
Easy.
have... Yeah.
Yeah. Could you maybe make this out of calico the first time, just to check the fit and the method? Obviously,
like a
don't
toile,
finish any
yeah.
raw edges.
Yeah.
But just cut it out, just to
cut
see
it out, yeah.
Yeah, that's the perfect length on me.
Yeah.
It's the perfect width sleeves.
Right, when we get here, because this is a right angle, we're going to go up to here. And I'm doing a double twist in my pin, so because it's quite slippy, so that they're going to stay in. And we're going to have this one here, right up to the edge. And then we've got to ease this corner in. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull that corner up, but I am going to snip it. So you have to be, it's a 1 centimetre seam, so about 1/2 centimetre, and then that just gives it enough to turn and do a nice corner.
Got you. This is the underarm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there we go, and I'll just ease that in as I get there with the sewing machine. Get that out of the way. Right, doesn't matter where you start, whether it's in the centre front or... This is so quiet, this machine.
You love it. Great, isn't it?
A couple of our ladies at Staffordshire Stitches have got brothers,
Yes.
and they are quiet.
Yes. This is the Brother FS250, which you haven't used before.
No, I may have had it once, but I don't know what I was using it on, but yeah.
It's an easy machine to just jump on, isn't it? It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Right, now I'm going to take out these as I get to them, holding the fabric into place. Oh, the needle stays down, that's good. And then I'm going to ease this round.
Got the machine actually coming up at 12 o'clock. I'll be doing a bit of a demo on that, showing you around. So this is where you're turning
This
that right
yeah.
angle.
Yeah. It could be tidier, but
It's telesewing.
at home it would be.
Yeah.
So this is just taking in a normal seam. So now I would have to finish it somehow.
So this is where if you've got an overlock, you would overlock.
Yeah.
Or on, if you've got the Brother FS250, just something like an overedge stitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. So we'll snip that on the other side now. Ooh. That was the
Oh,
top.
it was just me.
There we go.
Ah, there we go.
There we go.
Got a sleeve.
Got
and
a sleeve
front.
and a front. And I can take these out now.
Amazing, yeah.
There we go. And you've got your side seam that isn't a seam, it's just a fold.
Just to fold, yeah.
Yeah, so with a press there.
And I
Got time to
think
do
that
the other one?
seam, absolutely. And I think that seam as well that comes across here, I think it's really lovely.
Yeah.
I love this.
Well, and it's up to you where you put it. The only thing is you can't go too small because obviously you've got, that's your sleeve.
Yes.
So you couldn't go any higher than
No.
just bust height, really. There
No, I think it's wonderful to be able to see, I mean, more or less everything sewn together. And then it's just a case of hemming the cuffs
and the bottom.
and the bottom edge and
Yeah.
putting that either a binding or a facing
Yeah.
down the front.
I suppose you could make it reversible
Yes.
because you could bag it out, couldn't you?
Yes.
I haven't tried that. I'll try it and I'll put it on the Facebook site. I'll try doing it as a bagged out one,
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
as reversible.
course you
Oh,
can
and then
get
it'd be nice quilted.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. But also things like, you know, that band that goes around the front edge, if you put this band on, this is where you could get creative. You could use a contrast fabric. You could do some machine embroidery down that band. I mean, imagine if this was just all made in, say, like a black linen, and then you did gold embroidery down the front band.
This is one that I've had on the go for a long time and I had to piece it together. Bit of raw silk here. It's been going on for a long time, but I'm in the process.
Just gonna, that's it. Oh, that is lovely.
In the process of going, I want a big band of embroidery all the way around the bottom.
Oh, that's
it's-
amazing.
I think I started this about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I've had others in my life since.
Is it your fourth bridge?
Yes.
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 It's lovely though.
But yeah, I mean, this I had to extend because it was very narrow. And occasionally, I mean, with this William Morris, if you do a band round, all you would do is put your join at the neck. But sometimes you have to put some, but if you've got short fabric, you still have to put some joins. Excuse me, but it doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah, I'll just have a...
Now, Viv has asked the question that I was wondering. Lynn's asked the same question too. We're all thinking, can we get any more of the pattern, please? We won't put you on the spot right now.
That's to the people upstairs.
Absolutely. Well, we've already asked the question. I'll keep you posted whether it's possible to get more today or whether we'll just need to wait until you next come in, Alison.
Yeah, well, I could
hopefully
probably,
it won't.
yeah, I'll have a word with Ian and see
Yeah.
what he says. This is beautiful fabric.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, I haven't cut this one so well.
Single figures left on this bundle. We've also had the William Morris in a faux silk.
Really?
Yeah, which again,
Haven't
we don't have
seen
in
that.
stock at the moment,
Yeah.
but same designs, but in a faux silk.
Oh, wow.
So again, all these different fabrics you could make the kimono from. Love the jacket, says Sue in Norfolk. I'm definitely going to make one. I fancy the dark denim and then sashiko on it.
Yes.
Oh,
And that
this
would
is
look
fab
so
demo.
appropriate, wouldn't it?
It really would. It really would, you know. Big stitch quilting lines, running stitch,
Yeah.
or sashiko. Just gorgeous. And I think there perhaps what I might do is to put something like, maybe like a light woven interfacing on the back of the denim.
Yeah.
Sashiko stitch it and then make up a nice soft interfacing just
Yeah.
to support the embroidery stitches. What do you think? Or not
Nice.
necessary?
I just like any, I'm going through a stage of any enhancements. I love it.
Yeah, any kind
Absolutely,
of embellishments.
yeah.
Well, of course, we've got your fabulous Victoriana cushion coming
Yeah.
up at 11 o'clock, which is all about embellishments, buttons, embroidery, lace. Look at this. Absolutely beautiful, stunning. Hannah, did you say we got the faux silk? No, we don't.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
But this one by the half metre we've got. Ooh, we've got this by the half metre. Great, great. Fiona says, wow, clever lady. This top has so many possible variations. Yeah, it is really, really clever pattern. Well, it's all about the method, isn't it?
Yeah.
It goes beyond being a pattern, it's a whole method.
Well, that's like asking if it's okay for beginners. There's just nothing difficult about it.
No.
The only thing that you have to be aware of is you're turning your seam at the right angle, but even that isn't difficult.
No.
You just take your way, you keep lifting up your needle and shifting around your fabric a little bit, lifting up your needle, shift your fabric around a little bit, and then, I mean, it needs pressing, obviously, but that's not too bad considering.
Have you taken all the pins out?
Yes, I have.
Can I try it on?
Yeah, of course you can. Yes, all the pins.
Thank you. Did you do a big size?
I did my size.
But there you go, to give you just an idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
Lovely,
really
isn't it?
gorgeous, isn't it? Really nice.
Jacket in 20 minutes.
It's not bad. This is my sort of sewing, says collector in Kent. It's Alison. Sorry, not too much measuring and mostly straight lines.
Yeah.
Fits all sizes. Well
Yep.
done, Alison. Oh, sorry, you're Alison.
Yeah.
Sorry, I get ever so confused.
So obviously now there's the finishing to do,
Yeah.
but you've got your jacket.
Now, before we do that, can we just talk about the bundle? So this is the William Morris viscose. It's about to sell out in the bundle, but we have got it by the half metre. So we'll pop that up on screen. So this code now is to buy the fabric by the half metre. 649 a half metre. It's the Golden Lily viscose. So for the one that you made there, Alison, would 1.5 meters be enough?
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can cut the binding
Yeah.
out of the extra
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a little shorter length on the
Yeah.
body, but 1.5 to 2 metres.
That was 1.5 metre there.
Plenty. This one here?
Yeah.
Okay, great. 1.5 metres. 3 units. Ace, if you want to buy it by the half metre. Or if you're thinking about it for maybe like a really longer length, which would also be gorgeous. Maybe to wear on holiday by the poolside.
Just over a pair of trousers. And
Yeah, gorgeous, yeah. Well, the kind of thing you can slip on and then go for lunch.
Yeah.
And then come back to the beach. Yeah. Just fantasising.
You are, aren't you?
Alison. I really am. I really am. Beautiful, beautiful fabric. Very elegant. Got a lovely drape to it as well. And what I really noticed when I put this on was how that gold pops.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It really is lovely. Would you like me to just cut a piece off and show you the binding around the outside edge?
Yes, please.
Because we've got time, haven't we?
You're lovely. Do you need some more fabric?
Yeah. I'll just cut this
Pass
back
it over
because
to you. I
it
should
was a
read you
bit
message.
rough.
This is from Katie Merseyside. She says, what a completely brilliant demo. 11 out of 10.
Oh, thank you ever so much. That's
Off the
lovely.
charts.
Oh, I won't
That's
get
like
out
being
the door.
5'13".
Right.
Fab.
So let's do a binding. Where's my cut edge?
Marie
Oh, I
says,
think
I want to make one of these for next winter from quilted fabrics.
I'm
Do you
going to
have any advice, please?
Oh yes, the Cantha quilt was lovely. So I have got a double wedding ring quilt at home that I've not put on a bed for ages, years, decades. And it seems a shame to cut it up, but it's in my airing cupboard. It's not even out because it's cream and I think, oh, it'll get dusty and things like that. Right. So I'm going to cut that up, which is already quilted. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Make a dressing gown.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So I thought I would do that. So I shall, when I've done that, I shall post that as well.
And if you were doing it with quilted fabric, how would you finish the seams inside?
I would bind it.
You'd do a binding.
Yeah. Or you can do Hong Kong seams, can't you? Where you well, that's similar to the one that I've done on the chiffon, where you bind both the outside edges before you sew them, sew it.
Yeah.
That one I won't sew the seams down, because with a Hong Kong seam you normally sew it down, don't you? I won't do that because it's chiffon and it'll be too heavy if I do that.
So you would just use like a single fold, double fold bias binding tape.
Yeah.
And just bind all of the
Yeah.
seams.
Or you could go old school and just stitch it down, not put any binding on.
Okay.
You could just stitch it down, couldn't you? You could just put it down and then blanket stitch it, and then you'd have a pattern on the front as well.
Yeah.
You'd have a.
I think I understand what you mean.
Because I've done.
So at the raw edge of the quilted fabric.
I think I've done. Yeah, because I've done that with this one. Look, I've actually stitched that down. So if you've got
you.
the quilted one,
Yeah.
you could put a single binding on your seam and then just stitch it down. So
Yeah.
right, I've cut a 2.5-inch piece, and normally you would fold this in half and stitch this end. There we go. So you would join two pieces together, obviously, because this won't be long enough to go all the way round. But this one, it will be long enough with two widths of fabric just to do a join at the back. But with this one, the same as the raw silk one, I've actually got joins here because it was shorter fabric. But I've matched up the two joins in the fabric, and I don't think it really shows.
I think if you make it symmetrical, then
Yeah.
it looks like it's been done. Well, it has been done
Purposely,
deliberately.
yeah. So unlike doing a binding on a quilt, you don't double up your binding. Just do a 1/4 inch stitch to join it. And then, now it's up to you how you finish it off. You can hand stitch it inside, or you can stitch in the ditch, but you'll stitch that over like that. So if you want to stitch in the ditch by machine, you would make sure that this part is over your stitching.
Understood.
Because you're going to stitch it from the front.
Yeah.
So if you make sure that that one, I did that with that one, I don't know whether you, oh, mind you.
I certainly can. Let me just turn this back, yeah.
Whether you'll see it on screen. But that one was stitched in the ditch and it all caught along the edge because I turned it in.
So you've sewn from the front really close to this.
Yeah.
And what that's done, if you can see, is just caught the binding. You can just see.
I'll do that here. There is a foot for it in most machines, especially if you've got a quilting based machine. I don't know whether is there one in here. That's it, isn't it?
A ditch quilting foot.
Yeah. So it's got a little piece of metal that runs on the actual join of your fabric. So if I just change that.
A message from Collector in Merseyside. Oh, we've had that one before. I'll say it again. What a completely brilliant demo. 11 out of 10.
Thank you. Again.
Here is the new message. Great demo. Love that you can make this in the morning and wear it in the afternoon or evening. I'm with you, Stuart.
That's right, yeah.
Wear it to lunch, then lounge by the pool. That's Debbie in County Ashton.
There we go. So I'm running that piece of metal where the binding joins.
Yep.
The actual side of the jacket. I use this quite a lot now. I used to always finish by hand.
Right.
Because I always used to think that was part of it, sitting there finishing off by hand. But when you're doing speed sewing,
Yeah.
so yeah, that just needs pressing,
looks
and
lovely.
you can't see too much of the stitching.
No. So you would bind the front edge,
That's the back.
and then when that's done,
All the way
then
round
you
the
would
outside edge.
hem the bottom.
Yes.
Hem the bottom last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what you would do is you would leave this open and then turn up your hem and then actually sew that in, because you would need that stitching, wouldn't you, on the edge. What did I do on that one? No, I put the binding on. Yeah, I put the binding on and didn't turn it until after I'd hemmed.
Ah, got
so I
you.
put the binding on and hemmed it, so I hemmed over the binding
I can
that
see
was
that.
out,
Yes.
open.
Yes.
So the open binding was hemmed and then turned up.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. So that's what you get all the way around the outside. And that was with a 2.5 inch, but my seams might not have been 1/4 inch. It was a bit of a guesstimate.
Yeah, no problem. We really appreciate you doing that off the cuff for us, Alison. The fabric looks amazing. It's
does.
just a great pattern. You've blown my mind with this demo, says Wendy in
you,
Herefordshire.
Wendy.
Even I could do this.
Yes, you could.
Thank you. I was thinking the same thing. Amazing. Right, thank you for that, Alison. I just need to recap the remaining bundles. We've got the dark denim. That's the one that I've got out on the countertop now. 150 wide, so this is the widest width we do. 23.96. This is going to mean those kind of full-length sleeves, or you can, of course, have them shorter if you like, or if you have shorter arms. But and that longer length as well is also possible without.
I prefer things a little shorter, because even when I'm wearing a jumper, I have the sleeves up.
I'm the same.
Yeah.
I'm always
I never wear
rolling my
anything around
sleeves.
my cuffs.
Practical people, you see. We need our hands and forearms
Yeah.
free. Yeah, yeah. But gorgeous. Love this dark denim. It's really soft. It's a shirting weight, so it's not going to be heavy or stiff. Just gorgeous and drapey. You can see that lovely drape there. 23.96 for 2 meters. Now I've also got the light denim. This is a slightly heavier weight of denim, only slightly. It's just what I would consider, you know, those sort of slightly more robust
Yeah.
denim shirts that you get. You get some that are real, like what I would call a chambray, and then you get others which are more of a denim shirt.
Cross between a shirt and a jacket.
Yes, yes, a jacket.
A jacket, as Hayley would say.
That's it, that's it. Yeah, but that lovely light denim, really summery. Alison and I agree this would look amazing with some crochet or lace
I just
trim.
want to do some crochet now. I don't know why that came in my head.
It's a great idea. Genius, it's genius. Again, $18.99 for the light blue washed cotton denim. Gorgeous, brilliant bargain this. If you're not intending to make the jacket, a 2 metre length is a great buy. Good, we've got some of the yellow. Now this one's a 70% linen and 30% cotton mix. So delicious for spring, summer, even going into autumn. I think that colour is super classy.
Lovely, isn't
That design, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And I just want to show you as well, whichever way you have this fabric up, because obviously you are going to have a join where you've got a right way up and a wrong way up. I think that's absolutely spot on.
Yeah. Brilliant. It's just something you have to think about if you're going to buy a directional fabric, but it's not an issue.
No. No, it's not an issue at all. Viv says, I've never made clothes, but I could make this. I just need the pattern. Viv, we're on it. We're on it. We're on it. It did slightly take us by surprise, Alison.
Yeah, me
didn't
too.
It? Yeah, yeah. Now, Alison, you're back in an hour.
Yep.
You've got an amazing project for us, the Victoriana Cushion. This is super cool. We've got lace, we've got buttons, we've got embroidery, we've got hearts. I mean, seriously, what more do you want? I think that's delightful. We've got pattern only, we've got pattern plus with the lace, the thread, the buttons, and we've also got fabric bundles too to make the beautiful cushion. So we've got you covered.
Lovely.
Yeah. Looking forward
See
to
you
that.
in an hour.
Yeah, see you in an hour. Don't go anywhere. And don't go anywhere you either, because when we come back, I've got a tools hour you won't want to miss.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobby Maker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobby Maker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch
on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Well, welcome back to Sewing Street. Great to have your company. What a fabulous hour we just had with Allison Maryon, and another fabulous hour coming up with her Victoriana cushion. Do make sure you check out your baskets on that. Now, this hour we are going to be looking at tools, various, and some things that we don't often have time to look at, which are the things that go inside, behind, sometimes on top of our projects that help us to achieve what we want. But maybe some of the things that we would walk past in a shop or even on Sewing Street without really knowing what they do and why we need them. So these are those perfect hours. Now, can we start please with interfacings for embroidery machines? Because we've had some amazing embroidery machines on recently. We talk about using a stabiliser. We don't often have the stabilisers. We've got them today. Right, we'll start with the Cotton Soft Tearaway. Now, most of the time, we're going to use a tearaway stabiliser. This is a... Sorry, I'm just going to open this up. I'm going to get into it. Right, this definitely isn't. This is 10 metres, yes. That's all right, that's okay then. Right, it's a typo. Phew, I was going to say a 30 centimetre by a 10 centimetre piece would be very small. What you've got here is a roll of tearaway stabiliser. All right, and I'm just going to open it up so you can see. Right, so it's 30 centimetres wide by 10 metres. This is oodles. This will get you started. If you've just bought an embroidery machine and you want to get cracking, or you've had an embroidery machine for a while, but you need some more stabiliser, this is the one. So this is a non-woven, it's firm. So what you're going to do is you're going to hoop your fabric with this on the back. There's nothing to fuse. You don't have to iron it on or anything like that. Literally just lay the fabric that you want to embroider on top with one half of the hoop behind, press your hoop down to hoop this together, and then trim it off and pop that into your embroidery machine. This is going to hold everything stable while your embroidery machine embroiders the designs, and then once your embroidery is completely finished, you can then easily tear this stabilizer away. So it means that there isn't any stiffness behind your embroidery, but it's held everything stable. So you don't get distortion, you don't get puckering of your fabric. Because obviously when you're machine embroidering, you might think, well, why do I need to stabilize at all? There's so many stitches in an embroidery design, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of stitches, and all of those stitches going through your fabric would cause it to pucker and distort. With stabilizer, that eliminates the issue. But obviously this is quite a firm, you can see it's almost like a paper, but once it's all stitched, it will tear away really easily so that it can be removed. Okay, so you don't end up with any of that stabilizer left in. Now this is 30 centimeters wide, 10 meters on the roll. Let's give you a little price comparison. So this is from Quilt Direct, £19. Exactly the same, Madeira, premium stabilizer, cotton soft, recycled as well. £19 from them, £15.99 from us. Full instructions inside as well of how to use it. I love the fact as well that it comes on a little cardboard tube. Now you can also use this in lots of your dressmaking applications as well. So for things like when you're sewing buttonholes, put this behind, even if you're making something like a shirt or you're doing buttonholes on a bag. So this isn't within a seam. It can be completely finished. You know, it might be the flap on a bag that you want to put a buttonhole in. Cut out a rectangle or a square of this, pin it behind where you want the buttonhole, sew your buttonhole, and then tear all this away off the back, and you'll have this beautiful, stable surface to sew your buttonhole on. Now, when everyone's checked out, Hannah, how much of this is gone? Single figures left, that's all, when everyone's checked out their baskets. So if you want your stabilizer, I can't remember us ever having stabilizer on a show when I've been on, and we've done machine embroidery many, many times. But equally, if you don't have an embroidery machine, but you do a lot of dressmaking and you want to be able to stabilize fabric while you sew it, it's perfect. We've got more in baskets than we have available, so it's all down to the fastest fingers now that click on check out. £15.99 for that. That's very good value actually, isn't it? Because that works out at what, £1.60 a metre. Fantastic. So that's the tearaway. This is the washaway stabilizer. Now, slightly different animal, this one. So this one, again, that's a typo. It's 30 centimetres wide by 10 metres in length. This is a washaway stabiliser. Now, we do talk about this. Look at this, it's like a film, you see? Now, we do talk about this a lot when we're talking about doing things like machine embroidered lace. Okay, so lots of embroidery machines, including the 330 from Brother, have these sort of lace designs on for either kind of decals to put on dressmaking, or to have like you can make ornaments to hang from the Christmas tree and such like. So that's one way that you would use a washaway stabilizer, but actually washaway stabilizers can be used in many, many other applications. So for example, if you're working with a fabric that would be way too delicate to start tearing stabilizer off of, use your wash away. You put it on the back as you would with a tear away. You do your embroidery, but then rather than damaging your fabric trying to tear, you just immerse it into some, I think, lukewarm water and wash that stabilizer away. The fabric remains unaffected. If you have a look on Pinterest, on wash away stabilizer, you can see lots of artistic ways of using it. So you can see you can do things like free motion. So if you don't have an embroidery machine, but you do have a darning foot for your sewing machine, you can layer up some fabric. Now again, you still want to work in a hoop. So you can use things like an embroidery, a large embroidery hoop, just the one you might use for hand embroidery. Hoop your fabric in that with the wash away stabilizer. And then you can free motion quilt. It might be something like seaweed. It might be something like flowers. It could be all kinds of different things. And do lots and lots of stitching. The lines all crossing. This is creating a fabric. And then once it's done, rinse the stabilizer away from your fabric. You can also use this if you're doing machine embroidery on things like towels, where you can put this on the top and embroider through the stabilizer. And this would stop the pile of the towel from being flattened down around it. Yeah, really good stuff. You get 10 meters on the roll, again for $15.99. So lots and lots of different applications. You get full instructions, of course, in there as well. You get full instructions. I like the German name for it, Stickfolie. Is it stickfolie? Or pellicola, that's in Italian, pellicola. Fabulous. Right, okay, there are two stabilizers. Now, I've also got, single-sided in our form. Let me find that. I think that's this one here. Yeah, so I've got single-sided in our form. So this is sold by the half meter. Now, this is what you get if you buy half a meter, okay? So this is, I think, about 55 inches wide, half a meter. So in terms of how much do I need, most bags, half a meter is going to be absolutely plenty. I mean, this is half of it. So even if you were going to do something like a big attaché or messenger bag, you've got front and back, and then plenty here to do, you know, flap here, and then sides and base from the other side. So even a large attaché. If you were going to do something like a big weekender bag, a meter would be plenty. 2 units, simple as that. Now this is in our form, which has become such a hero product for Bosel, the company, that most people just refer to this as Bosel. They do lots of other things, but this is their hero product. It's a thin foam, creates gorgeous structure, particularly in bag making and box making, baskets, that kind of thing. Super easy to sew. You don't need a walking foot to construct. You can use your regular foot. It's fusible on one side, non-fusible on the other. And if you're ever in any doubt, run your nails over and you'll feel it's rougher and also slightly more yellowy in colour. You can see there's a little bit of a colour difference. This is the non-fusible, much smoother, almost felty. When you use this to create bags and things like that, when you fuse your fabric to it, use minimal heat. So the lightest heat, the lowest heat that you can, minimal time, and also once it's all fused, just leave it alone to cool down. I know it's tempting just to fuse it and run straight to the sewing machine, but just give it a chance to fully cool down before you start sewing with it, just to allow the glue, if you like, the heat activated glue to do its job and to bond with the fabric so it doesn't lift up. So that's the single-sided fusible. And then we've also got the sew-in version. So if you like, the non-fusible. So this has that smooth side on both sides. Okay, so if you're still layering and quilting, for example, then I would still use 505, bosal down first, fabric on top, flip the fabric back halfway, spray the inner form, and then flip the fabric back. And then you can quilt it, top stitch it, whatever you want to do. But exactly the same product, just in its non-fusible form. Now, we'll do 505 next, because again, this is one of those products which is unglamorous, you know, but so essential. If I ever run out of 505 and I have to pin a quilt together, or even for bag making, I'm a little bit resentful. This is $7.99 for a 250ml can, okay. If you've never tried 505 before, this is a temporary adhesive spray to use for fabric, wadding, inner form, and the like. Sometimes I use this with heavy interfacing. So for example, here I've got some Decaville. Now Decaville has a fusible on it, but it takes such a long time to iron on that quite often when I'm at the construction stage, I'll just spritz it with 505, get it all together, and then as I'm constructing, I'll iron it down. So with your 505, you're going to spray this onto the batting or the interfacing rather than onto the fabric, okay? Spray from 12 to 15 inches, so it's this sort of distance from the table. Basically about, if your elbow is at the same sort of height as your shoulder, then you're about the right height. If you're down here, you're just going to get little wet patches and it's not going to do the job, and there's a risk that it'll gum your needle. So 15 inches above your fabric, a light even spray. Imagine you're creating a sort of invisible net all over the wadding, so that when you flip your quilt top back or whatever it is you're fusing, literally every thread, if you like, almost, is fused to your wadding. You'll get the flattest quilts ever. It'll quilt like a dream. There's no pins in the way. And I think as well, when you're quilting, psychologically, having all these pins all over the surface that you're trying to quilt on sort of interrupts the flow of your stitching and makes you kind of jerky and stilted and nervous as well, I think, when you're quilting. Whereas if there aren't any pins in the surface, the quilting will just flow. It's one of my 5 hero products, 505. It's one of the 5 things I could not work without. Oh, I'll save the other ones for another time. But this is one of my 5 hero products. Bosal in our form is another of my 5 hero products. We've had 2 of my 5, and you notice they are not the glamorous, fabulous, gorgeous things that go on the outside. They're the hidden bits. Same with bag making. What goes inside a bag, the filling, if you like, is much more important to the integrity of the bag and the function and the structure than what's on the outside. Much more important. Okay, right, let's do 80-20 wadding next. I think this is the 80-20. Let me just check. What was the code again, please, Hannah? Enzo 6. Yes. Good, right. So this is 80-20 waddings. And again, you know, the integrity, the longevity, the washability, the drapeability, the warmth of your quilts is all about what's inside. It's all about what's inside. This is an 80-20 wadding. This is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. This is 124 inches wide, so king-sized, 315 centimetres. Now, if you bought this morning's early bird, the Bosal seaming tape, This is the kind of thing where you could buy 1/2 metre, and if you think about it, 124 inches, you could split that into 3 40-inch widths. And then if you joined those 3 40-inch widths, you would end up with a wadding that was 40 by 60, which is what I use most of the time for children's quilts. All right, that's for £6.99. You've got a 40 by 60 wadding. This is the magic. This is also the magic. This is wonderful. But again, in so many ways, I get much more excited about the little supporting players than the main star of the show. You know what I mean? But these are great. These are great. And that's how you can do it. So that's 1/2 metre, 124 inches wide, £6.99. Now, of course, for a full-size quilt, yeah, 2.5 metres for double or queen, 3 metres for king size. Now, let's go back to that early bird, which was the seaming tape. So if you didn't see my demo earlier on, all you're going to do... Oh, we're getting that same early bird crash, by the way, £8.99, saving £2. So all you do is you get your wadding pieces. You want to overlay them. Oh, Braille, thank you. So you're going to overlay them. First of all, you want to trim between the two pieces so they butt up against each other. You don't want them to overlap. And then you lay the batting tape over the top of your join. And then my personal preference is to put a pressing cloth or a piece of calico or Osnaburg over the top and then iron through that. I would not put my iron directly against the batting because, for example, 80-20 batting has got 20% polyester. I do not want to melt that polyester. So I'm going to put a piece of fabric over the top and then iron through. It's a quick and easy process. You only need to put this on one side and it will join the batting layers together. You will not be able to feel the join from the front. You will not be able to see the join from the front. Really useful stuff. Now you get 9 meters of this on a roll. So absolutely brilliant stuff. So many of you have multi-bought this because it is a really useful thing to have in your stash. And it means that not only can you use up your leftovers, your bits and pieces of batting, but also, as I mentioned, if you buy £6.99's worth of 124-inch batting, you can cut that into 3 widths, join with 2 strips of this, 1 seam, 2 seams, and you'll end up with a 40 by 60 roughly batting, which is enough for a children's quilt from 1/2 metre. Such an economical way of putting batting inside that quilt. Sometimes it's just about looking at things a slightly different way, isn't it? But also as well, you can use this for, you know, seaming together the pieces for a king-size quilt. It's really robust. It's really robust. Oh, am I allowed to say? No, not allowed to say yet. I'm such a tease, aren't I? I'm such a tease. It is going to be though, isn't it? It's going to be though. I know, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm not going to say anything. It's not ready. You can't buy it. I'm just saying. But that is some rather good news. That is terrible, I know. But it's good to know as well, isn't it? Right, okay. Let's move on while I've still got a job. I'm just going to pick something. Wool wadding. Wool wadding. Yes. Right, this is a wool wadding. This is a wool wadding or a wool batting. Now, This is a really well-priced wool batting. This is £7.49. Now, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The main reason why we use cotton batting in our quilts in this country is thanks to America, because that's where most of our batting comes from. Cotton is predominantly grown in America. It is a great wadding, a great all-rounder. However, if we were being true to our climate in the British Isles, wool wadding is a better choice. For the British climate, wool is a better choice than cotton. Wool keeps you warm if you're cold. If you're warm, it wicks away moisture and heat and will keep you cooler. So it's cool in the summer, warm in the winter. It naturally wicks moisture away. It is naturally fire retardant. It is a brilliant fibre for our rather damp, rather wet, chilly atmosphere. Wool wadding is light and soft. It has a little bit more bounce, a little bit more loft than cotton wadding. It's not quite as flat. The quilting really shows up well with a wool wadding. It's a really great, try it. Try half a metre for £7.49. Try half a metre. This is 89 inches wide, by the way. What you could do is just try this, maybe make some cushion fronts, quilted cushion fronts. Try it, see the effect you get. Now, one top tip with wool wadding. Cotton attracts cotton. So cotton fabrics on the top of a quilt are naturally attracted to cotton fibres in a batting. So even with, say, like pinning, they do want to sort of stick together. Different fibres don't have quite the same attraction. So one of the things, if you pin your quilts together for quilting, is that a wool wadding can shift a little while you're quilting. This is when I absolutely would be reaching for the 505. One of my top fives, this is why. Because if you spray your batting with 505 and fuse your layers together, there's no shifting possible. It's the same if you use something like a silk batting or a bamboo batting in your cotton quilt. Again, I'm going to give you the same advice. Use the 505, even if you wouldn't normally, use the 505. It will hold everything together so much better. Use 505 in a well-ventilated room away from your pets. If you can, go outside to do it, or open the windows inside, just so that you don't get any of that sort of spray where it shouldn't be. But yeah, give wool batting a try. I did some samples earlier on in the year. The quilting looked amazing with wool batting. Really bouncy, gorgeous texture. So that's our wool batting. Oops. Now, I've got polyester. I think of all of the battings that I road tested a few months ago, the polyester was the most impressive. And now, it wasn't surprising. It wasn't surprising to me because I've used our polyester wadding before. But the very first time I used polyester wadding, it was revolutionary. Truly, it was revolutionary. And I'll tell you why. Because ordinarily, if you'd said to me use a polyester batting, I would have run a mile. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged me to use a polyester batting. Because back in the day, it was this thick. It was like quilting through a duvet. And it was a bit nasty, I thought. This is a world away from that. So this is almost the same thickness as an 80-20 batting. So it's a thin, drapable batting. Because it's 100% polyester, it doesn't have exactly the same... let me get a cotton. This is a cotton batting. Just show you the difference. So with a cotton batting, this is a pure cotton batting, you can see entirely drapable, yeah? Whereas with the polyester, it still drapes, but it's not as sort of floppy. So it does have a little bit more structure to it. Amazing if you want to do things like wall hangings, where you want that wall hanging to hold a really nice shape and not go all ripply. But equally for bed quilts, baby quilts, toddler quilts, it's brilliant for that because they can go in and out of the washing machine. This is never going to shrink at all. This is never going to sort of migrate. Really, excuse me, really, really good stuff. I was very impressed. As I say, shrinkability, I mean, 0, doesn't shrink at all. Which actually, I'm going to give one little caveat there, and I'm going to say that you might want to consider, if you're going to use a polyester batting, you might pre-wash your fabric before using this, because they will shrink a little bit and your batting won't shrink at all. So definitely wash your backing fabric before you use it. But yeah, great stuff. Again, one I would use 505 with, because you don't have that natural attraction between the batting and the fabric. Okay, that's polyester. Did you want to do the 100% cotton? No. Okay. Yep. Yes, let's do Decaville. Okay. Right. This is Decaville. There was a fashion, it's some years ago now, for sending fabric postcards, which you could do like sort of fabric things on and then write on the back of it and send it. You can use this for fabric postcards. It's brilliant. Now, this is ultra heavy. This is the kind of thing that you'd use in something like the outer of a wallet, a bag flap, or maybe something like a box or a basket. You could also use this in dressmaking for the peak of a cap or the brim of, say, like a sun hat, something like that. Now, I'm going to say you're not really going to want to seam through this. You can absolutely top stitch through it. You can absolutely quilt through it if you want to do that, but you don't want this in your seams. So when you're cutting this out, say for a bag, you want to make sure that this is cut inside your seam allowances, so it's smaller. And then you can imagine, because it's really heavyweight, if you use this for something like a shoulder strap or bag handles, you rotary cut a strip 1.5 inches wide and then fuse this to a 2-inch wide strip of fabric straight down the middle, sew either side of the Decaville, turn it through. You're going to have the crispest edges to your handles, your shoulder strap ever. But if you try and sew through this and turn it through, no fun at all. You can also, sometimes some people use this and actually make their bag flap and then slip this inside it. But it's got a fusible on one side, so I would actually have it as part of the construction. I mentioned earlier on, this fusible, it does take a while to fuse, so be patient. It takes a good 15 seconds of continuous heat to fuse to fabric. $8.99, and that is for that. This is cut as one piece, yeah, 1/2 meter by 90 centimeters. I'm glad we cut it like that actually, because I think that's half the width of the Decaville. Because for most applications, that's all you need. We used to do 1/2 meter and it would be about £19, yeah, £20. This is half the width, much better, because like I say, its use really is restricted to things like bag flaps. We wouldn't tend to use this for the whole bag because the whole bag would be too stiff. But it's great that we have it. Right, that's that. Now, H640. I'm going to grab that, and I'm also going to grab, if I've got the H630, because I want to compare the two. H630 first. So this, sorry, H640 rather first, beg your pardon. So this is the one, I mean, we talk about this all the time. By the half metre, £5.99. This is that fusible volume fleece. And thickness-wise, it's about the same thickness as an 80-20 wadding. So really good for bag making, really nice for quilted clothing as well, because being a polyester, it's really light. I mean, light as a feather, but it's got that nice little bit of puff. So if you use that in a quilted waistcoat or jacket, something like that, you're still going to have lovely relief on your quilting, but it won't be sort of heavy and stiff. Fusible on one side, you'll feel that, and you can see like little white dots, that's the fusible. I would put the fabric on top and then fuse through the fabric. You don't want to try ironing through the back of this. And again, watch the heat of your iron. Be aware this is polyester, so keep the heat down low. Now, it's 90 centimetres wide. Okay, so keep that in mind. I like to use H640 sometimes for wall hangings or for things like placemats or coasters as well. And it's superb for bag making, where it'll just give a nice sort of soft structure to your projects. Vian's got in touch through Facebook and said, "Morning, Stuart. Nice to see you've gone environmentally friendly, going green. It's a great shirt. Like it." Everyone that's checked out on that has checked out multiple units. It's a really useful thing to have in your stash. Now, I want to compare it now to H630. Now, this is pre-cut, and this is 1 metre by 90 centimetres, £6.99. So what this is exactly the same product, but it's about half the thickness. So if I grab the H640 and I'm going to put them side by side so you can see them kind of edge on, yeah? Is that clear enough? Yeah? So, again, this is the 40 and this is the 30. Now, I would say that if you were doing, I think H630 is particularly good for clothing, because for most clothing, you really want a surprisingly thin layer of batting, if you like. This is the kind of weight that's on the back of pre-quilted fabric. So you know when we talk about a pre-quilted fabric, it tends to be this weight, which is very little really in the great scheme of things. But when you add on the thickness of an outer fabric and a lining, that's more than enough most of the time. Most of the time, particularly if you're doing something like a quilted waistcoat, where you just want a little bit of a light padding. You can also use this in bag making. Again, maybe something like a purse or perhaps smaller projects where you want that little bit of quilting on them and you want quilting to show, but you don't want the bulk. A bucket hat, very nice. Yeah, a quilted bucket hat would be lovely. And again, it just gives a soft structure. Lammy fix. Lammy fix. Nothing to do with lambs, sadly. No. I'm just going to have a little look because, I mean, show me the image. So it's on a roll. Ah, no, that's Bondaweb. Oh, I got it. I got it. Here we go. It doesn't actually have a sticker on it even, but I'm sure this is the stuff. So this is Lammy Fix. Okay, so it's £2.99 for 45 centimetres by half a metre. Is this cut to order? Yeah, okay, right. So this is, you iron this to fabric. Okay, so it makes the fabric like wipeable. Not machine washable though, once it's on. So if you wanted to do something like maybe a placemat for the dog or the cat, what you would do is you'd pick your fabric that you wanted, and then you would lay that on top, and then you iron it on. Do you get instructions with the Lamifix? You don't. If you put Lamifix into Google, first thing that comes up, here we go. Here we go. So place the Lamifix on the right side of the fabric with the shiny side facing up. First iron on lightly with a dry cloth and then cut off the exact shape. Then firmly press down with a dry cloth for around 8 seconds. Do not push the iron, so just a pressing motion. And it says to use a dry pressing cloth over the top. So something like a piece of calico, you could use a tea towel. And then it says clean using a damp cloth only, do not wash. Good for something like a lunch bag as well. Now, if you're ever uncertain about how to use things like H640 or a particular weight of dressmaking interfacing, have a look on the Vliseline website, because it is super, super helpful and really demystifies what each of their products are and what they do. Next up. Okay, we've got some Bosal mug rugs. Circles and rectangles. So now this, just to be clear, it's from Bosal, but it's not foam. These are circular, fusible on both sides shapes to create mug rugs with, and they're almost like a very heavy interfacing. Can I open this up and show you? Is that all right? I'll just open them up so you can see. They're 100% polyester and they fuse on both sides. So it's almost like, you know, the Vietnamese rice paper that you use for, they remind me of that. So they're thin and they're pretty stiff, okay? And they're fusible on both sides, okay? So what you would do in its simplest form is cut a square of fabric for the top, one for the bottom, sandwich them together, and then iron. You want the fabric on the back, otherwise you'll end up ironing this to your ironing board. So pretty side out, layer it up, fuse it together. You can flip it over and fuse. And then I just use the edge of the circle as a guide, trim the fabric away. And then what you would do is bias binding. You can make your own, you can buy it, fold one edge over to neaten it, start just a little way in and top stitch, you know, or you could do it on one side, flip it over and then stitch it in the ditch, but bind the outside edge. Now, of course, you can get really creative. You could use orphan blocks for one side, plain fabric on the back. You can stitch and flip, so still put your backing on, fuse that on, maybe use some baking parchment or a millwood applique sheet on the other. And then you could stitch and flip strips, little jelly roll strips or thinner strips, diagonal strips going across, then trim it and bind it. You could put a plain fabric on and then applique. You could santangle, you could paint, you could do all sorts. Really fun. You get 4 in the pack, and each one, diameter-wise, is 8-inch circles. So the other thing you could do if you wanted is you could make the 4 up and then you could overlap them. I've done this with table runners before now. You'd overlap them and you could stitch around to join them together to create a table runner, or you could have 3 together to create a mat. Everyone's calling it the caterpillar. It's not a caterpillar, Charlie. It's very, very hungry. The rectangles are sold out on pre-order. Well done if you got those. We do have some circles. Now, earlier on we were doing extra wide backing fabric and I didn't have time to get to the white on whites. Now, I know when you look at this first off, it just looks like 5 big pieces of white fabric, but they're not, I promise. Right, we'll have a look at these. So we'll start off with the one ending 40. Ooh, this is nice. I don't know if there's a way of showing what the pattern is. It's almost like a Battenberg lace. Oh, look, there you go. Can you see that now? Is that still 2 layers? No. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? That's gorgeous. Now, white on white, I think it's lovely. You get this very delicate sort of lacy look to the fabric. It's much more beautiful and interesting than just plain white fabric. But also as well, you can experiment with dyeing white on white fabric because it's a gel print on white fabric, which acts almost like a resist to some extent to a dye. So if you were to dye or paint or colour wash this fabric, it would show up, the pattern would show up more against a darker background, if that makes sense. So it's quite interesting fabric to play with, to use as a background. So why not buy half a metre and have a little experiment with it? Yeah. So that is 274 centimetres wide. That's 108 inches. Right, next fabric I've got ends 20. I'm going to open this right out. So this is a large floral. Oh yes. Gorgeous. Really pretty. It's almost like Queen Anne's lace, isn't it? Very nice. Very nice. That's that one. Next up, ending 86. Very popular on pre-order, this one. Oh, is this like a paisley? Oh yeah, very nice. Paisley design is named after Paisley in Scotland, which was sort of like the centre of the weaving of Paisley shawls, which were all the rage in Victorian times. It's also where Coates threads were made for many, many, many years. It was like the industry in Paisley. Next one, ending 12. Oh. Oh, do you see the snowflakes? Very subtle. Almost like a stitched snowflakes. And then the last one I've got ends 5-1. Oh, this might be my favourite. This is very, very nice. Now, I'd really like to have a go at dyeing that. That's gorgeous. That's proper big roses. Is it roses? Yeah. Lovely. Come with me. Come with me, come with me, come with me. I've got 75 patterns in stock. That's it. They're gonna sell out in a matter of moments. So if you want Allison Maryon's reimagined Bronze Age Scandinavian bog jacket, we just called it a kimono, which I think is doing Scandinavia and the Bronze Age down. It's fabulous. It is fabulous. We completely sold out earlier on. We've got 75 in stock. They are not going to hang about. The code's on screen, GBA 278, it's $9.99. If you want to get your pattern, this is your chance. There is a QR code inside the pattern which links you straight through to a video from our Allison Maryon demonstrating how to do the measuring, the cutting, how to sew up the jacket. So a good tutorial there if you'd like. Also had a fabulous demo from Allison Maryon this morning showing us how to make the jacket. But I mean, it comes together so quickly and easily, and also very, very adaptable. Loads of different ways that you could reimagine this jacket inspired by a Bronze Age find. A third of the stock has already been checked out. Well done if you've got yours. That means I've got less than 50 patterns left. They've literally just gone on restock. We had 75, we've less than 50 now. All right, we are going to go to a break. Check out your baskets during the break. Allison Maryon will be back after the break with her Victoriana cushion.
Hi, I'm Jo Carter and I'm a soft toy designer and I quilt as well. I've been sewing for as long as I can remember. My great-grandma, my nana, my mum all sewed, and so it's something I grew up around. If I was to give some advice to a new sewer, somebody who wanted to try it, that would be to watch a few tutorials, but then to just give it a go. And try not to focus on achieving the perfect end result. Instead, at first, always, focus on enjoying the process and learning a new skill. Sort of those perfect results will come in time, but developing a love for sewing, I think, is a really great way to go. And a tip I've been given that I still use today is make sure you have plenty of seam rippers. It's frustrating enough if you have to remove some stitches, but then if you can't lay your hands on a seam ripper and you have to hunt around for one, that makes it doubly frustrating. So yes, plenty of seam rippers would be my go-to tip.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobby Maker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobby Maker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Great to have your company today. Absolutely wonderful to have your company today as well. Allison Maryon, everyone.
Thank you.
Amazing start to our day from you, Alison.
I know.
Your restocked jacket pattern, by the way, has sold out again. Well done if you managed to get the restock. There won't be any delay for you, by the way. You'll be getting yours in exactly the same time frame as everybody else. Thank you for that. And
Mike's
thank you,
going to bring them down
Mike,
tomorrow
as
morning.
well. Amazing, thank you. Now, this hour is all about this beautiful Victoriana Hearts Cushion, the Embroidered Hearts Cushion. Just an absolutely gorgeous sort of sampler. 9 different hearts, different embroidery stitches, different embellishments, that gorgeous lace run through the centre and around the outside. Absolutely delightful. We've got an envelope back and an Oxford finish around the outside. That is classy.
I love it, yeah.
So
Goes
beautiful.
so well with the lace as well.
Really nice. There's my little tin of paint behind, just holding everything up. The magic of television, ruined by me. Now, let's just start. So, we're going to start with a Liberty bundle. Now, within this bundle, you get 1 metre of Liberty Wiltshire Shadow. What colour is this? I do want to know the actual colour.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Cream. In cream. Now, you also get your pack with everything that you're going to need to create this beauty. So, look, you're getting all of your beautiful lace trim.
4.5 metres.
4.5 metres of that. That's, oh, I'm loving this already. You get your bag. You've got all your pearlised buttons in there. You've got your little floral heart button in there as well. You also get loads of embroidery threads, multicoloured, pre-sorted, okay? You also get more thread here as well.
That's a variegated one on the bobbin.
Yep.
But the other ones are individual threads.
Amazing. Yeah. That's so cool.
That's the colours that you actually get.
Brilliant, thank you. So this is all sorted.
Yeah.
So you get your orange, your blue, this beautiful red. That's awesome. Look at all of that. Love that. And you get your sorting card as well, which I think is really great. And then you also get your templates. You get your full instructions showing you how to do all the different embroidery stitches. And there was one that was different, that was missed out, if you like.
I thought it was on the stitch guide, but it wasn't. And I've done it that big so that it doesn't drop out of the packet.
Right.
And
So
you think, oh,
keep
what's that? And
that.
throw it in the bin.
So you've got your woven wheel, lazy daisy, chain, ladder, running, all sorts of different stitches, all explained. Now, there is also a video. So on the pattern, inside the back, yeah, you get a QR code, okay? You scan the QR code, And that will link you through to a video showing you all the different stages of making this beautiful embroidered hearts cushion, all these lovely techniques.
Yeah.
Love the fact that you've got those pearlized buttons in there as well. That's a really, really beautiful touch.
Mine's got no shirt buttons now.
No, none at all. He's walking around with his shirt gaping open. Now that's our only Liberty version. So that's using Wiltshire Shadow. What a great price as well. Third of the stock's gone. A third of the stock's gone already. That's the Liberty version. Right, next up, we've got a solid cream. A solid cream. So this is, wow, half the stock's gone already on this one. Solid cream. This would be pretty much the same as the sample when it's done. So you get your metre of cream fabric, that's enough for the front and the back. You also get, of course, your full pattern, you get your lace, you get your buttons, you get your threads, you get your stitch guide and all of your templates. The price is fabulous, isn't it? £24.99 for everything. All you're going to need is some cream thread for making up your cushion, and your cushion insert. Yeah. What size cushion does it make?
It's 22 inches, but you need a 20-inch insert, really.
Right.
Because if you have it too big and too puffy, you don't see the decoration.
Sure, absolutely. So 20-inch finished cushion pad. Perfect. That's literally all you're going to need to add in. Love it. Really lovely. And I know you're really into handwork, hand embroidery. What a great thing to just sit down and work on one of each. Are they all done individually?
Yeah, individual squares.
So you can take them with you. Tracy from Surrey says, hi all, I'm going into hospital for a week. Nothing serious. Glad to hear it, Tracy, and sending lots of love in advance. So I've bought Alison's cushion kit to keep me happy and occupied. I can't wait to get started. Yeah, that'll keep you going. Yeah. We'll be thinking of you. Yeah. And also as well, because the squares are done individually, you can just pack one up, can't you? Single figures on this kit. We've got single figures left. It's been flying out, really popular. And then the third option is using the cream mixer. So this is a gorgeous, warm, almost like a buttermilk colour. You've got those gorgeous kind of variations in tone, like a marbled effect almost. So you get that, plus your pattern, all your embellishments as before, 4.5 metres of lace as well, which this looks absolutely stunning. Look at the effect of that. Isn't that stunning? You've got those wonderful buttons as well. Just the whole thing mixed together. What a beautiful, see, I just love that. It's absolutely gorgeous. You get all of these embellishments within the price. You also get that really special floral heart button. That's a really lovely little feature.
It might not be that button.
Delightful, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A wooden painted button.
Yeah, they're all hearts, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous project, something really different. Again, very popular. Any of the options that you want, go for really quickly. Now, if you want embellishments and instructions on their own, so no fabric, we'll put the details up next. So that's £17.99. A quarter of the stock's gone on pre-order, and let me just show you what you're getting. So you get your full instructions, your full-size templates, your stitch guide, everything you need to create this beautiful embroidered cushion. You're also getting your bag of buttons, pearlized. You've got that special heart button as well. You also get all of your pre-sorted threads, all your multicoloured, your variegated, your single colour. And then you also get 4.5 metres of this beautiful lace tape. It is really beautiful. Absolutely stunning effect. I love how it creates this sort of sashing, this border. It's really classy. When everyone's checked out their baskets, half the stock has gone. Alison, this is the kind of stuff that's really hard to find.
It's beautiful though, isn't it?
Absolutely
Yeah.
gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Does it have a special name, or is it just a
No,
lace
it's just
band?
cotton. Yeah, just a cotton lace.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love all the variegated and the coloured threads as well. But equally, you could do this all in sort of shades of cream, couldn't you?
Yeah, easily.
If
Yeah.
you wanted to substitute
Yeah.
the threads, but that all important, those beautiful buttons, that gorgeous lace. Now, there is a small queue on the phone lines. Apologies for that. Our wonderful UK-based, they're in the building with us, customer service team will get to you as quickly as they possibly can. That number 0800 001 4433 is a free phone number, and we apologise to keep you waiting, but we will get to you really quickly. It's very busy. It's very busy. Such a gorgeous project, this. 9 different hearts. I love a heart sampler. Love this one here with these gorgeous, can you see? These beautiful flowers. That's a little bit Scottish. You've got that lovely pearl button heart in the centre. Each of the hearts is a little bit different. This is gorgeous down here.
Lots of practice stitches. If you're new to
Yes,
embroidery,
it's a wonderful
I've added in
way.
a couple more that I've put into the instructions. They're not on the leaflet, stitch leaflet, but I've put them in the instructions.
It's such a wonderful way of trying out some different stitches, isn't it? Or if you've never done handwork before, lovely, lovely way of doing it. Gorgeous. Well, proving very, very popular. The details on screen right now are for the Pattern Plus. What's the plus? You get your stitch guide, your templates, 4.5 meters of beautiful lace trim, your bag of beautiful pearlized buttons, and that very special heart-shaped button. All of your pre-sorted threads, both plain and variegated, all included. So you're not having to run around trying to find different threads, different buttons, just the right kind of lace. It's all there in the pack for $17.99. And then you just need a metre of your own fabric. But equally, you could use scraps. Each of these hearts could be a different cream from your stash, or white on white. Now, if you want just instructions and templates on their own, nothing else, you want to get your own lace, you want to do a different colour scheme, the whole thing, then you can. We've got the pattern on its own. So these are instructions plus templates for $9.99. So you get your stitch guide, you get your templates, you get your full instructions, but you're going to add your own embellishments, your own lace, your own threads. And also as well, Alison, you're so thoughtful doing this. You always put the date that you are on Sewing Street.
Yeah, because people like to look back, and it can be a bit difficult looking through YouTube.
For sure, for sure. No, that's a really good touch. You make it nice and easy for us. Don't forget there is also as well a QR code inside the pattern that takes you through to an exclusive video.
Yeah.
Just for
it's
you.
more in depth. Obviously, what we can do here is quite limited, but yeah, it's a full tutorial. Is there any interfacing in the show today?
We've had interfacing in the previous show. We can certainly.
Oh right,
put
yeah,
some
just
across.
a lightweight interfacing because you back your squares with interfacing.
We'll run it through, no problem.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alison.
Okay.
Right. Okay, we'll pop it through now. So a lightweight interfacing. Is this a fusible, Hannah? Yeah, so a fusible interfacing, lightweight. So on the back of your fabric before you start embroidering.
Yeah, because they're quite small squares and they're quite a large heart on the small square. So you can use a hoop if you want, but I don't use a hoop. So with embroidery, you can pucker up the fabric. So adding because you're handling this with each of the hearts, having the interfacing on the back makes it more stable.
So you would recommend it?
I would recommend it, yeah.
Great, okay. Graphics on screen are for the interfacing. $2.99 for a 90 centimetre by 50 centimetre piece of interfacing. Plenty of interfacing there to complete this project. Awesome. Alison, would you please take it away?
Oh, I certainly will. Where am I going with it?
Well, where do we start?
Right, okay, well, basically you've got 9 squares that you're going to put together. But to start off with your templates, I've actually laminated mine, but you could stick them to a piece of card or something like that because you're going to draw around them. Or I've cut out the hearts because you might prefer using it as a stencil rather than the template. But I've put the reference points for the half of the midpoint of the heart. Obviously, the point at the bottom and the point up here is the middle one, but this is the halfway through, so that you can actually get your heart in the middle. So first thing is to just make your cross through both halves. So what I'll do, so that you can see, you don't have to do this at home, but if you would prefer it, if you have any
Just watch your head, Alice.
sight problems, right, there we go.
And that's like a friction pen that you're using
It
there
is,
to draw
yeah.
the lines.
Yeah.
Heat erasable.
Yeah.
Nothing permanent.
No. So that's given you the cross, and this is going to make sure that your heart is in the centre.
Alison, that's the most genius tip I've seen in a long time, putting that cross through the template. What a brilliant tip.
So then we can just go around the outside, and all of them start the same as this, except this one, where you don't need to do that because you're going to put that one up to the left-hand top and this one down to the right-hand bottom.
Got you.
So you're actually going to draw those on, but I've got one of those there to show you that stitch. So we're going to start with all of them, basically. The this one here, obviously you've got the medium size template, that goes in the centre. And then this one here, that's the large, medium and the small.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see this is just a running stitch. And I've put in variegated thread and ordinary threads in various colours because you might not want to use the variegated thread. It's up to you. You can choose.
You can mix and match.
That's right, yeah. The only thing I have put in is because the variegated and the colours are a single thread. They're not skeins that you need to break down. Whereas the ones for this picture, the floral heart, that is ordinary skeins of thread, and you work with 3 pieces for the satin stitch. Because when you're doing satin stitch, it won't look the same if you've got just the one piece of thread. So
I'm just going to drape a little bit of this. This is the thread that's on the little skein. I would go for this pack that has the pattern and the lace and all the threads in. The details are on screen because look, this one, it's easy to miss. I thought that this was just individual colours, but look, every few inches, the colours change. How cool is that?
you can see with the flowers, that's all been,
Yeah.
and
This one up here.
well, most of them, other than the floral one, has got been done with the variegated thread.
Really clever. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, so this one is with the skeins of normal embroidery thread, the six thread skeins. So where shall I start?
But
with?
are you just
Showing you that one.
using, did you say 1 or 2 strands together?
Well, for it doesn't really matter. I tend to, if I'm doing satin stitch, I use 3, but if I'm doing stems, I use 2. Okay. But it's just personal choice. You might prefer thicker stems and do that with 3 as well. I don't do anything with the 6 skeins. It's like the French knots. I can show you those because I've still got the thread there. The French knots are with 3 skeins, 3 threads. I'll just thread that one up. And the size of the knot is really determined by how many twists around the needle you make.
Okay.
So with this one here, there isn't an actual drawn template for this. You follow the picture and you draw that in yourself. So if you don't want this and you have something else that you would prefer to put in, you can do that. I go through how you draw it from around the outside. But to do a French knot, fancy doing it in white. That was sensible, wasn't it?
White on white.
So this is quite a large knot. and I've done 2 turns, and then that goes back down through almost where it came out, and you pull your thread, hold on to the bit that's coming out, and then pull that through. So that's giving quite a large knot. So again, I'll do it with a coloured thread in a minute, and you'll see it'll look better. So you're going to come up from the bottom. I always put my work down, either if I'm in the chair on my knee or down here, because it's a lot easier to have 2 hands working at the top. So you've got two round the needle, and then that goes down, pulling this. But you always need to hold this piece of thread down, because if you don't, it will all knot up before you get to the fabric.
Yeah.
So that's your French knot.
Fab.
Most of them have the outside edge here with a whipped stitch, which you can do on a running stitch, which I've done here. A running stitch or a back stitch. Take that out. So I've done a running stitch there, and this looks nice with a variegated thread, because you have one colour at the bottom, your original stitch, and then it does a nice colour change over when you do the stitch over the top. So if I go that way, because that's got orange and I've got blue on my needle now, so I'm going to come up at this point and start there. And then all you're going to do is you're just going to take your needle through the thread that you've stitched. You can put them as close together or as wide apart as you like. This one's quite wide apart. I'll show you the other one, which is quite close together. And that just gives it a nice finish. So that one's quite wide apart, and this one's quite close together.
They both look lovely. You've got 9 hearts, so you can do a bit of both, can't you?
Yeah.
If you want the bundle that has the pattern plus the extras, the buttons, the threads, that beautiful lace, don't hang about, please. We've less than 20 of them left. I don't want you to miss out. Check out either through the phone lines. I know there is a little bit of a queue. If you can go through the app or the website even quicker. Now, of course, you do get that with the fabric bundle. If you're going for a fabric bundle, you get all of these things. But if you want to use your own fabrics and you want this, as I say, less than 20. Now, the fabric pack with extras, the mixer, the cream mixer, single figures.
That looks so fresh, doesn't it?
It's beautiful. I love that. It really is like sort of Devon clotted cream.
Oh. Devon?
Cornish.
Thank you.
Cornish. So sorry.
How dare you?
Any clotted cream.
Sorry, Devon's lovely as well.
Devon's gorgeous.
Just jesting.
Gorgeous. That is beautiful though. And with the lace, it's just absolutely stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Gorgeous stuff, gorgeous project. So that's the clotted cream. We've also got the solid cream. Do you like clotted cream?
I love it.
On a scone?
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
on anything.
delicious. What kind of jam on a scone?
Strawberry.
Strawberry, got
Yeah.
to be strawberry.
Yeah.
Raspberry for me.
It's okay, but
Love
not as
ra-
good as strawberry. It's nice on bread as well.
Oh, yeah.
I've just had it spread on
Oh,
bread.
gosh, really?
Yeah.
Cream on bread?
Well, it's just like butter, isn't it?
I suppose so, yeah.
Unsalted butter, it tastes like.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, yummy. All of these, yeah, with the cream solid, $24.99. What a great deal. What a great deal. Plus your pattern, plus your templates, your stitch guide, the whole thing. Then our last fabric bundle available is a little bit extra special. It's the Liberty. And for just £5 extra, you can have that beautiful Liberty Wiltshire shadow. Isn't that stunning? I was actually in Liberty yesterday.
Oh, were you?
I was in the Liberty store yesterday.
Lovely.
I was.
Did you buy anything?
I didn't. I'll tell you why. I saw this little bundle of, I think there was like 5 pink fat quarters. It was 55.
It's a nice shop.
50. It's a lovely shop to go around. I love Liberty. Thank goodness for Liberty. But no, it was £55 for a little bundle of, and I was like, oh no, oh no, no. Now, before we go any further, I have got a few other embellishments that you might like to add in. Yeah. The slate. Oh, yes. Now then, this is lovely. You get all of this. Have you seen this?
All of it?
All of it. It's 25 metres for £14.99.
You're joking.
No, I'm not. I'm serious. But that is gorgeous. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab the Liberty, just lay it on, just so you can see the contrast.
If you were to do the hearts in the same colour.
Oh, yes. Shades of grey and
Yeah, it'd be
pebble
almost like
tones.
Sashiko sort of thing,
Be
wouldn't it?
beautiful.
Or red work, but in grey.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. That's lovely. So it's all wound around a cardboard, sort of like spool, if you like. But yeah, you get 25 metres. It's 20 mils wide.
What I would do with that,
Yeah.
because you actually put a sashing between the squares before you put the lace on. And the reason I did that was so that you've got guidelines.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry whether it's in the middle or anything. You just cover the sashing because you've got the stitches to go by.
Okay.
I think if I had that, I would tend to put it double. Put the fancy edge out on one side and then join it up the
So-
middle.
Let me just mock that up. So if this is your sashing,
There's a sashing.
you'd have one strip going like that.
Yeah.
And then a second strip
Yeah.
going
The other way.
like that. So you'd get 2.
Yeah.
That
Or you
would
could join them
be-
together
That would be amazing. Yes.
because it actually covers the sashing because you.
Oh.
That's it.
Oh, now you're talking.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it?
That's a bit of me.
Yeah.
The other thing, of course, as well, is if you'd got little pearls, you could stitch little pearls at regular intervals through the centre, couldn't you? Yummy, yummy, yummy. I've got other colours available. Can we do the turquoise, please?
Lovely.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You want a bit of this now, don't you?
You want a teal cushion for that with
You
that
do.
colour, a dark teal
Yes.
with that colour stitching on it,
Yes.
just that colour.
Well, get the pattern or get Alison's full pack to do that version, this version, but then get yourself some of this lace and plan a future version because, of course, you've got full instructions. That's yummy. Wow. I'm also thinking about your kimono jacket. And we
they are
talked
lovely.
about crocheting the
Yeah.
edge, but you could stitch this on.
Good.
So that's the turquoise. I've got a royal blue. Got a royal blue. I'll slip a bit of fabric under that just so you can see. That's a pop. Purples, sort of bearded iris colours.
Yeah, it is. It's blue, but it's a rich blue.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not
Definitely.
royal, is it really?
I don't think it is really.
No.
Purple blue.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah. Amazing. $14.99 for 25 metres. What does that work out per metre, Hannah? Grab your calculator. Now this light blue, this is thinner. This is a different design. This is thinner, but absolutely gorgeous. And I think if you were doubling up on this, sort of back to back, I mean, look, that's lovely. That's 2 together. And that's it separate.
You could put several rows, couldn't you?
Pardon me?
You could put several rows.
You could.
Yeah.
Or you could have something else in the middle and this
Yeah.
either side.
Yeah, you could put a ribbon in the middle or something.
And then I've got one in port.
Oh, I was thinking red work.
Port.
Oh, that's nice.
Now, I do love a glass of port.
So do I.
Do you?
Yeah.
Tawny, white?
No, not tawny.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Lovely. I love a white port.
I've never had one.
Oh. Have it in Australia.
Yeah.
It's particularly delicious.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's lovely. Oh, look. Oh. Yummy. That is stunning. That's in port.
Have they got lots of them? I'd like that one.
Would you like this one?
Yeah. I got things going all over.
Do you want to accidentally cut a little piece off?
No, I don't want a little bit. I want the whole.
Joke. Now, I have also got this, which is very fancy indeed. Look at that. Now, this is cut to order, and this is £2.49 per half metre. So it's really quite special, but would add an amazing... Now, I perhaps might
Wouldn't
keep
it make
this
a
just
lovely
for the
bridal
outside.
cushion?
Would be amazing around the edge of the cushion. Yeah, that is lovely.
I very nearly called the cushion the Hearts Boudoir cushion because I thought it had that look, and then I thought, well, no, I haven't got it in my boudoir. I've got it in my
Do you have a
conservatory.
boudoir?
No.
Allison Maryon, you are fancy. No, where do you have your cushion then?
In the conservatory.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I have a lovely selection.
Gorgeous. Wow.
Right.
There we are. Now,
Okay.
instructions on their own. If you are planning to sort of gather all your bits. And I know sometimes they talk about gathering the bits together as if it will be a problem. But actually, sometimes it can be really fun.
Yeah.
Really fun to find all the bits to go on a cushion, all the little embellishments. You can get a pattern on its own. £9.99. It's a 20-inch cushion pad inside. So about 22-inch cushion fully formed. For £9.99. All those techniques explained, stitching guide, the lot. Okay. Let's go back to demo when you're ready.
Okay,
Thank you.
yes. Well, this particular heart is stem stitch, which I'll show you now, with some lazy daisy leaves and then French knots. So for a stem stitch, it's been in my bag. It's similar to a back stitch, but you go half the stitch length away from the previous stitch and then come back at the end of the previous stitch. Oh, look.
Oh, did you get knotted up?
Yeah.
That happens every time I sew, hand sew.
Oh, really?
Every time.
I don't normally
awful
have it.
hand sewing. Alison?
There.
Awful.
It's because it's been in my bag.
Ah. It's been wedged up against a wagon wheel.
Start again. No, horrible things. Where's my needle? I got this one
Wedged
here.
up against a piece of malt loaf.
Oh, I wish. I didn't have time. The first thing Stuart said when I came in.
Oh, no, come on. That makes me sound like a greedy little thing. I was pouring up against Alison's leg and I was like, where's the malt loaf? No, I said, good morning.
Yeah, you did.
I get through the niceties first. And then I said, where's the malt loaf?
Right, okay.
I'm off malt loaf at the moment.
Oh, that's all right then. You were saying that to make me feel better.
No, listen, the last time you came, I felt like I ate my own body weight in malt loaf, which is a lot.
Well, I left you what was left, that's
you
why.
Certainly did. You certainly did, you angel. Right.
Right, okay, so we'll try that again, shall we?
Yeah.
So I've gone half the length of the stitch and I'm going to come back up out where the end of the previous stitch is. And you're just going to keep going along with that, but you always keep the thread on the same size of your stitching. You can do it up if you find that more comfortable, but you must still keep it the same side. You can't go from one side to the other. So you're basically doing half of the stitch length, joining up with the previous stitch. So that's a stem stitch. And then here we've got French knots. But if I just go in there and come out for the little leaves, this is very random. Again, you're doing it wherever you want. You can put more leaves, you can put less leaves. We're going to do a lazy daisy stitch. So my threads come out of the fabric and my needle's going to go back down very, very close and then just take a stitch out. And then like if you were doing a chain stitch, you get the loop. And then you don't want to pull it too tight, else you lose some of the shape. It ends up just being straight. And then you go back down again, holding that loop in place. So that just gives you your leaf.
So cute. These are skills to last a lifetime.
Oh, it's just so relaxing. And that's why I didn't do it as one big cushion, because you can sit with these easily on your lap if you've got a cat on your lap.
Always. Always.
Yeah.
Apparently Mrs. Mills is complaining rather a lot because I've been away for a very long time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Charlie gets quite a hard time when I'm away.
Really? Right, so that's that one. Then we've got Lazy Daisy Flowers. I'll get this thread back again. Oh, look, I'm really not making my life easy today, am I?
Beautiful colours in the variegated.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
And the thread does half the work.
They were refined, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. There we go. So for a Lazy Daisy flower, you're going to come out at the centre.
I love that heart. Do you have a knot on the back?
Yeah. You don't have to worry. You can go from one flower to the other because no one's going to see it. It's going to be inside the cushion. So you're going to do exactly the same as you did with the leaves, but you're just going to go round in a circle. So go back down, holding the thread out of the way so you come back up through the loop. And of course they also change. I think that's the nice thing about the variegated thread. So you just keep going round in a circle, doing as many leaves as you like. This one's got 5.
Yeah.
So you just keep going through like that.
That's lovely.
So that's the Lazy Daisy flower.
And they're not the kind of thing that you need to go around with a set of instructions constantly either.
No, once you've got it, you've got it. Yeah. This is another one that's a new one on the pattern. There's 2 new ones. Oh, 3 actually. So this is a fly stitch.
Ooh.
So what you do is you come, it's handy on this one to draw your lines. I do say in the instructions to draw your lines. So you're going to go equal distance either side of your drawn line. And then when you bring your needle out, it's just going to be a little way down below. So you're making a V. Again, we've got a loop. And then we're going to go back down again.
Got you.
So you come out, hopefully keeping it about the same distance. This one's a bit wider. And then you're going to go down the same distance as the other side. Come out, make your V. And then pull that through. Brilliant for seagulls and birds if you're doing wall hangings and things.
I've never done fly stitch before. It's really pretty.
Yeah. So that's that one. This one here, this one I won't be able to show you all of it because it takes quite a lot to do, but I can show you the bare bones of it. Could do with another needle.
Is this the one that's like cantha?
Like what?
Like the cantha stitching in the background. This one. With
Oh, right. No, that's just a running stitch.
Yeah.
Going
I
round
love
and round.
that. You
But
were
I
saying
showed
about
the
the cantha
difference.
quilt,
Yeah.
But that
Yeah,
is
that
like
is what they
cantha
do.
quilting.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
That one's very close together. This one's further apart.
Ah, got you.
But this one here, it's the first time I've actually done this one on a project. And I don't know what it's called, so I can't.
Oh, I'm gonna.
So, with this one, we're just gonna go to the 2 points of the heart. So we've got one piece going right the way through. Then you're gonna come up on one side and go down on the opposite side. Do put it down though, because you don't want to hold it in your hand in case you start pulling your threads.
Yeah.
So that's going to come up again this side. Oh, I can't get my needle. And then go on the opposite side. So you're twisting round that initial one all the time until they meet up the other side.
Yep.
So
That's
there.
really clever. I love the different
across there.
textures that you get from embroidery.
Yeah.
And it becomes three-dimensional.
Well,
as
it's
well,
nice
doesn't it?
having loads of different things rather than 9 squares with the same things on.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Yeah. Every single embroidery is a bit different. It's going to keep you stimulated
Yeah.
and interested.
So if you're new to embroidery, this is, you know, you don't have to do too much of one thing, but you try lots of different things. So that's that one. You just keep going until you get round to the other side. And then the other thing that I've given you the separate little leaflet for is the woven wheel, which gives you this little rose effect.
You're going to show us that?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
I think I need to cut these off though, because they're just going to get in the way.
Now, a thread I saw on social media a couple of days ago, interesting question I want to ask you. It was Desert Island discs, kind of sewing edition. So it was, if you were on a desert island and you could only have 3 things in your sewing box, 3 notions, 3 implements, whatever, what would they be?
Viscose snips.
Your snips, yeah, viscose snips.
Oh, that's a difficult
It's
one.
a tough one, I know. I know.
Really difficult. I love applique, and you don't need an awful lot for that.
No.
But can I have my fabric extra?
Oh, the fabric's extra.
Oh, yeah.
Fabrics
it
and
would
thread
be
are
the
extra.
viscose snips then, some silk thread
Yep.
and some freezer paper.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you could sit and
Sit
hand
in
applique
applique,
until
yeah.
you were rescued
Yeah.
by Mike.
Overturned.
In a yacht.
Over-edged applique, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yes.
Perfect.
No, actually, I'd rather it was a cruiser.
Would you?
Yes.
Fair enough.
I'm not a sailor.
No. No. A cruiser,
Yes.
definitely.
Right, for this woven wheel, I'm going to make 5, if you think of it as a wheel,
Yep.
I'm going to make 5 spokes, about the same length if you can. But you can keep going and keep going, so if you don't have to worry too much. I think it's really sad when people don't have a go at something because they think they won't be any good. But everything can be pulled out and you can try again. Right, so I've got my 5 spokes and I'm going to come up in the centre. That isn't where I wanted to come up, that is. So with my 5 spokes, and then you can make these bigger with more spokes, but you do have to have an odd number, because you're going to then weave around the spokes.
Under and over, under
Yeah,
and over.
so
Bit
it's
of a
over that
spider's
one
web.
and under that one.
You might like to know that your daughter Becky has got in touch
Oh,
on
has she?
Facebook to
I hope
say
Ollie's
that
watching.
Ollie is sitting chattering away to his nana on the telly. Oh, you do that for me. And she says, we love the variegated thread, even if I can't get my head around embroidery, and I can't trust Ollie with a needle yet.
No, he's not quite big enough,
Not
but Nana
quite.
will get him going with
Yeah,
that.
Nana will get him going.
Yeah.
Try and explain embroidery to Becky at the same time. Would you like some rather wonderful news? Alison, shut your ears.
What's
'cause
that?
This is committing you as well. We've managed to get 100 100 more patterns. No, sleep till bedtime. There you go.
Michael.
Sorry about that. I think Michael's agreed to get a takeaway for tonight.
I think he better. We're off to Cornwall on Friday.
I just want to remind you both that it is Couples Appreciation Day.
Oh, right,
today.
okay.
It's official. There we go. We've got 100, yay! Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Alison. We have got 100 more of Alison's incredible reimagined Bronze Age Scandinavian bog jacket.
Well,
I love the simplicity of the name.
yeah, do you know, I went out there and I had the template on the top. Looks nice in gingham too.
Really nice in gingham.
I had the template on the top and Mike said, that'd be good for Barbie. So I can see, I'm going to make some toy
Mummy and
as
me,
well.
Barbie too. There we
Yes.
go, there we go. We've got 100 more. This is the one that Alison's wearing. A quarter of the stock has already flown into baskets.
Oh, gosh.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for being on the ball, everyone. Pop it in your basket and check out. We have got 75 more now. 25 have gone already. Pop it in your basket, check out, and get your jacket pattern home. Remember, you can create this to whatever size you are, whatever fit you want. If you want narrower sleeves, you can do it. If you want really wide sleeves, you can. If you want to put a contrast trim around the edge down the front, you can do that. You can bind it. You could add a little lace or crochet trim. It would be an easy job to put patch pockets on this jacket if you want to. You can make it long, make a belt, turn it into a dressing gown.
Yep.
I love your version that has the ribbon tie just below that sort of V-neck. That's a beautiful addition. Everybody needs this pattern. In fact, it's more than a pattern. It's a method. It's a methodology. And once you understand it, I think lots of our creative viewers will go wild with this. I can't wait to see what you do. 99 left because I just got one. Woohoo! Says Michelle from Greater London. There's a few less than 99 in fairness, Michelle, but well done. I'm glad you got yours. Isn't it great when something
Thank you,
comes back?
everyone. That's very
It's
nice.
a hit.
Yeah.
It's a hit. It's
It's nice when you find out that people like things as much as you do.
It's fab. It's
Yeah.
fab. Yeah. You know, when I saw the title of the jacket, it's like, interesting. This is going to be, you know. But I mean, as soon as I saw it on the mannequin, I was like, oh, that is lovely. It's
That's
so
why they called it a
elegant.
kimono.
I know. But it's so elegant. And the
But it is
simplicity.
kimono-esque.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, I've been going round and round there and it's building. So you can do them quite flat if you like. You can actually keep them flat, but they look nice to add a bit of texture when they're a bit more proud. So that's the stitches.
Just want to let you know at home, the only bundle that's available with fabric is the cream mixer, which funny enough is my favourite. Cornish clotted cream, Alison. Best in the world. Such a creep. You've got 1 metre of that. That's enough for the front and the back. And the back, by the way, no zip. It's a lovely, easy envelope back. You've got your full instructions and templates. You've got your pre-sorted individual colour threads. You've also got your variegated thread and your bag of gorgeous pearlised buttons, that special heart-shaped button too, all included, plus 4.5 metres of this beautiful lace trim, which really makes the project for £24.99. Now, instructions on their own. If you wanted the bits and pieces and pattern, by the way, that has sold out. The only way to get it now is with the cream mixer fabric. But if you want to go for just pattern alone, £9.99. That way you can add your own lace, your own buttons. You could personalise this. You could also pick a colour, maybe from a nursery.
Oh, yes.
Because I do think this would look lovely in a nursery.
Yeah.
You could make this into a very, very beautiful memorial project. You could use buttons from clothing. Or, I mean, I'm saying memorial in a sort of, a sad way. It could be, buttons and things from your kids' clothing and you just want to put them on something gorgeous, you know, pick out some of your favourite colours. There's no reason why you couldn't add a little bit of applique here and there, a little applique heart, but a beautiful base pattern. Just to mention as well, the reimagined Scandinavian jacket is back in stock. Alison's team, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think Alison's team is Alison and Mike, isn't it? Yeah.
But we don't make a bad team.
I've got the pattern. Never made any clothes before, but this looks fantastic from Elizabeth.
Oh, lovely. Thank you ever so much.
This is a perfect first dressmaking pattern.
It is. Yeah.
Absolutely
Because
perfect.
it'll fit.
It'll fit you.
Yes.
It'll fit you. And you know, if you want to be really particular about the fit on the sleeves and the length, just make a toile. Grab yourself 2 meters or even 1.5 meters of quilters, pre-washed calico. It's 60 inches wide. Get yourself that as well. Make yourself a toile, and then if there are any little adjustments you want to make, you can. But I mean, that's really, really being extra about it, isn't it?
Sorry.
If you did a toile, you could do a toile, but that's being quite extra. I do need to let you know there are fewer than 20 patterns left now that are up for grabs. Do check out your baskets, please. You know we've sold out twice of this pattern already today. Lovely projects. Amen. That's from Janie. Love that. Love that. So you're machine sewing the sashing on now?
I am, yes. And as I said, the sashing is there because I could have just done it on one piece of fabric and then put the hearts on, but it gives you something to line the lace up against.
Yeah.
I'll just put 2 together and then I'll show you.
It makes the embroideries more portable as well, doesn't it?
It does,
Working
yeah.
on just one
Yeah.
single piece of fabric. Alison, by the way, using the Brother FS250 today. My request, I'm going to hold my hands up. I asked you if you'd use
did,
it.
yes.
I wanted to see
Very
what
nice.
you thought of it.
It's very quiet.
Yeah. And so many, 250 stitches to play with. So actually, if you did want to add a few machine stitches, a bit of machine embellishment to your project, you can. All your dressmaking stitches, that's coming up at 12 o'clock.
It would help if I had a piece of lace. Can I have that?
You can, piece of this. There you go.
So what you do is you put your 3 rows together with your short pieces of sashing. So you've got 1, 2, 3, and then you do the same with your other 2 rows, and then you put the sashing along in the middle of those rows. So you've got your big square, and you've got this section here, and that means that when you put your ribbon down, it's in the, not ribbon, lace down, it's in exactly the right place to stitch in place.
Great, nice tip, I like that.
And like you say, it also makes it more portable. So then we'll sew that on. Because if you had a big one and you were trying to put this, this on and centering up, oh, that's cool. That's it. If you were trying to centre it up, chances are it wouldn't end up in the middle.
Sure,
Be
no.
off somewhere.
I agree with you there. And wonky would look awful.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you could use a coloured
Ooh, that's
fabric
pushing
for
it
the sashings, perhaps from your stash.
Yeah.
Then when you overlay the lace, you'll just get a little
See a
glimpse.
colour underneath, yeah.
If you went for the Liberty bundle and you've got a bit of Liberty spare, tuck that behind. How are we for the Scandinavian jacket pattern, Hannah? How are we for the Scandinavian jacket pattern?
Sorry, Hannah.
Single figures left. Single figures left.
Oh, goodness.
Single figures left, yeah. Last few to check out, please.
Thank you, everybody. I'm blown away.
Oh, it's beautiful. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
More, please.
Yeah, so you would put your lace down over the 3 rows and then across, you just cross them over. You don't have to do them individually like this. You just put one row down each of the sashings. And then it's putting on the back.
Yeah.
She said. Here it is. Ooh, come back.
So is the Oxford bit that goes around the outside, is that a separate piece of
No,
fabric?
it isn't, no. So what you're going to do, if I oh, I know what I'll do. I'll put a piece of sashing around the top there, because you'll have a piece of sashing around the top. And then I can show you. I've put my stitch to 1.8, by the way, which is my go-to for anything that's going to, well, it won't be sat on, will it? But it might be leant against.
Makes it a bit more robust.
Yeah. I'm also doing this without pressing it, so you would press at every seam.
Sure.
So we'll take that off. So now you would get your outside of the back, so it's right sides together. And you just sew that directly onto the front with right sides together. This is such a lovely way to do cushions. Nearly all my cushions are home, if they're not purchased ones. Oxford, because I think it's a lovely style.
So smart, isn't it? Just makes anything look a little classier.
So there we've got the back on the cushion. So you would turn your cushion through to the right side. And then this is your Oxford piece. If you weren't putting the lace on, you would just sew around here now.
Just
around,
in the ditch?
In the ditch, yeah. But we're going to put on, we're going to put on a piece of lace. So we'll put it on the outside first. This is where having green thread probably wasn't, it worked for the jacket.
I've got 9 jacket patterns left. The rest have been checked out. There are way more in baskets than I have. 37, in fact, of you have this in your basket. I've got 9 patterns left. Last chance, do check out, please. Details on screen, by the way, are for the jacket pattern. If you want to get involved now, you can get it in your basket and check out. There are 9 left. Wow, amazing, amazing. Details on screen now are for the Victoriana Hearts Cushion. Just instructions on their own, full stitch guide. All the other options have sold out. No fabric packs left, no lace left. All the bundles gone. Been very, very successful. Morning, Alison. Creative role.
Sorry?
You're on an absolutely creative role. It's wonderful.
Right, I've sewn the lace onto the outside of the sashing in the front with the 2 layers together.
Yep.
Which gives you this around the outside edge. So your cushion pad will go in here. So that's what's going to go around. And then when you turn the corner to get your mitre on the corner, pretty much as you would on a quilt, you can do that. But then what you want to do is this needs turning through. So if you can just you don't have to use an iron, you can just finger press
Yeah.
the seam,
Yeah.
and then that's going to go on there, and then you carry on doing the same around this side, so you've got a nice mitered corner there.
Yeah. That looks smart. Just a little bit of finagling with your fingers.
Yeah.
Love that word.
Word of the day.
Yes, finagle.
Yeah. I mean, obviously
Brilliant.
this was have the sash in, so that would be further out there, but yeah, that's your cushion with your outside
Beautiful.
Oxford styling.
Such a lovely project. Such a lovely project. Well, what a lovely morning, Alison. Thank you.
Well, it's been a mind-blowing morning.
No, and you are now going to have a very, very busy rest of the day, evening.
I am.
Through into the night. But Mike said it by whatever takeaway you want.
Okay.
And do the washing up.
Not fish and chips again.
No, no.
With peas on the chips. Can you believe he came home with peas on the chips?
Wouldn't work for me.
No, it doesn't work for me.
You're not a mushy pea girl.
I love mushy peas, but not on my chips.
No, on the side.
Separate, yeah.
On the side. Honestly, Mike, honestly. But we still love you, Alison. We love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, everybody.
Safe journey home.
Thank
See you
you.
soon.
Cheers.
See you soon. Now, after the break, we're going to look at Brother Sewing Machines, and I've got some exciting news. We've managed to get some of the amazing Brother Combi sewing machine and embroidery machine combined in one. Yes, I'm going to do a very special price. Stay tuned. After the break, I'll see you with this.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hisford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every two months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobbymaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobbymaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Greenwich. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to Zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now for me, and I didn't realise I needed this in my life, the absolute perfect combination now, from now on, is sewing machine, embroidery machine. I have been thinking for years about getting an embroidery machine. And for me, I've always kept my eye on Brother, because Brother embroidery machines, they go together like scones and jam and cream. They do such amazing embroidery machines. So I'd got it in mind, embroidery machine. I spoke to Brother back in the summer about getting an embroidery machine, and they said to me, Stuart, why don't you go for a combination machine? Sewing machine, embroidery machine. I was like, you know, I've got some great sewing machines. They said, honestly, try it. So I said, okay, I will try it. Oh my goodness me, what a combination. And I knew that the embroidery machine would be amazing. I wasn't prepared for how amazing the sewing machine is, and also just how much I would use both. It's been incredible. Now, here's great news. The combi embroidery and sewing machine is back on the show. We've managed to get some stock in. This is the NV 2700. Amazing sewing, I'm going to show you both. Amazing sewing machine. If you've only got room for one, you want a machine that does it all. This is it. So inside you've got, look at all these stitches. You've got your utility stitches, your piecing, your overlocking, your dressmaking. You've got your patchwork and quilting. Look at all the buttonholes you've got. This is just on the sewing side, remember. You can stop a minute. You can go, stop a minute, go back. That's it, right here. This has got multi-directional feed dogs. So we can stitch forward, side to side and backwards with perfect precision. 291 stitches. We've got gorgeous heirloom decorative. We've got satin stitches aplenty. We've also got blanket stitches, patchwork and quilting stitches and fonts. Now this is all just on the sewing side for now. We've got simple bobbin winding, drop-in top-loading bobbin, a great threading system with automatic needle threader. We have got accessory box front and back that all our feet go in. We've got free arm for dressmaking, for bag making. We've also got the little button round the back for dropping our feed dogs. You get a walking foot included, so your machine quilting taken care of. I'm going to leave this off for now, because now I'm going to grab the embroidery module. So I'm often asked, well, what's the process for changing it from sewing to embroidery? I'm not a very technical person at all. It's as simple as this. The accessory box comes off. The embroidery module goes on. Listen for the click. That's it. We're now in business. We're ready to do machine embroidery. Now, the most important question I think any of us will ever ask about an embroidery machine is, how big is the embroidery area? Because that is really what dictates your scope. You get 2 embroidery hoops, the largest of which has a design area of 6.5 inches by 10.5 inches. That is a big hoop. So that's what you can go up to. Obviously, everything below that, of course. Now, you do get a smaller hoop, and that's useful because if you're working on smaller, I mean, you can do a small embroidery in this, but you've got to hoop all the fabric up. You've got a smaller hoop. This is a 4x6 hoop. You can get smaller. You can get a 4x4 that will fit. You can buy other hoops. The largest area that you can do is 6.5 by 10.5. But super easy to use, an amazing bit of kit. You get hundreds of designs already programmed in for your embroidery. You also get 11 different fonts, I believe. Just incredible. Now, also, you get a port in the side for USB. You've also got Wi-Fi connectivity. So you can actually download the Artspira app onto your mobile phone or your tablet. You can download, you can manipulate, you can create your own embroideries on your tablet or phone, and then send them wirelessly to your embroidery machine. You can also buy hundreds, thousands of designs that are compatible with Brother. You can also get your designs digitized. So, for example, if you want to take a children's drawing, or maybe the logo of your primary school sports team, football team, and digitize that, you can then embroider t-shirts or jackets or bags or whatever you want to do on your amazing combi machine. When you want to go back to sewing, it is as simple as reaching under here. There is a little handle that you pull towards you and it unlocks and slides straight off. It's as simple as that. And then just pop the the accessory box back on. Or not, you can use it with a free arm, and we're back to sewing. The machine automatically knows you're back to sewing. It really can do everything. Now, the normal price is £2,499. And if you go to Brother's own website, which we have, there it is, £2,499. The Innovis MV2700 home sewing, quilting and embroidery machine. Oh, I forgot to mention quilting. So, yes, you've got a walking foot, so you can do your straight line quilting. Great. But also, you can use the embroidery function to quilt your quilts. So you can hoop a part of your quilt in your hoop, and there are quilting designs that you can put on your Brother. So, for example, something like a feathered wreath or a heart, so many different designs, and you can quilt your quilt using your embroidery machine. Absolutely amazing. So £2,499 is the price on the Brother website and across the board. We found one X-Display machine, £2,199. Nice, good deal. It's X-Display. Someone's been, lots of people have had a go on it. But if you want to make a saving, would you like to make a really good saving? today, right now. And these are next display. These are brand new, £1,999, under £2,000. That's a £500 saving. Today, go for a split pay option and you'll pay 0 interest, not a penny more than anybody else, but instead today you'll only pay £399.80, under £400 to get the machine home. You get this home in 3 to 5 working days for less than £400. Spend a whole month enjoying it, getting to know it, using the embroidery stitches, using the fonts. Now there's also more buttonholes on your embroidery side, so if you want really fancy buttonholes, you can machine embroider those. You can do a applique in the hoop using your embroidery machine. So I've just bought this amazing, it's called Folk Art Farm, and it is all different animals. There's goats, there's a pig, there's a cow, there's a chicken, and they're applique with machine embroidery. You do them all in the hoop. They're all different sizes. Incredible. I can't wait to get started on that. And that's all done on my Brother embroidery machine. You could be doing that too. There's a 12 Days of Christmas, which again is applique in the hoop with embroidery. And you see, I can't wait to do those things on my machine, but then I'll do patchwork to go in between the blocks and make it into a sampler quilt. I mean, so much fun. And although I'm like really late to the party with machine embroidery, I only got mine like 6 months ago. I'm really into it now. It's just a whole new world. It's a whole new world. And your 2700 brings those two worlds together. You can do dressmaking, patchwork, quilting, embroidery, free motion, as well as obviously computer guided. And for under £2,000, now there are plenty of mid-priced and low mid-priced sewing machines that are £1,999 with fewer stitches. Remember, you get 219 stitches and 4 or 5 alphabets just on the sewing side of this. Okay, you can buy just a sewing machine for that money, but you are getting a full embroidery machine as well. Now, if I had 2 machines on the table and I said this was under £2,000 for an embroidery machine and a sewing machine, I'd be like, wow, okay. But then you might also think, Stuart, I'd love it, but I haven't got room for it. I've only got room for 1 machine. Well, this way, with a combi machine, you only need space for 1 machine. This is going to live on your sewing table. You're never going to put this away, trust me. You're going to be using it all the time. Also, as well, I really like the fact that as a sewing machine, this is a size that I would be more than happy to take to workshops and classes. This is a nice mid-sized, you know, it's a really good weight. Don't get me wrong, it's a really good weight, but this is a great size to take along to classes, okay? And leave the embroidery module at home, take this along to your classes and enjoy. All the things we expect from a sewing machine, things like the speed controller, needle up, needle down. Also, did you notice that little hole in the front? That's your knee lift. Just amazing. So this slots in that hole, this part hangs under the table, and you basically push against this edge with your knee, and it will lift and lower the presser foot, hands-free. This I cannot live without. I could not sew without, especially for things like quilting and applique. We can never demo it because we all have to sew standing up, and in order to use your knee lift you have got to be sitting down. But one day I'm going to get my sit down desk in this studio. I'll keep asking for it, and when we do I will show you that knee lift in action, and you'll love it as much as I do. Absolutely brilliant machine. We did this machine on Saturday at this price and it's sold out, and lots of you, and I mean lots of you, missed out. We've managed to get it back in stock. We've matched the price from Saturday, but we do have less than 10 of these machines. We've got less than 10 of these machines. So that's how many chances there are. All right. So that's my first big news. Back in stock. It should be £2,499. Today you can get it for under £2,000 with those 5 split pays. So £399.80 today gets it home. In a month's time, you make your second payment, third month, and so on until you've made all 5 payments. But it's just a great way of getting this amazing machine home. Sewing machine with free arm. You can drop your feed dogs. You've also then got the embroidery module that just slides on and you are ready to go. Remember your hoop size. You've got your maximum hoop size of 6.5 by 10.5 inches. That is a big embroidery. That is a big embroidery. If you've got designs that are currently on USB, I'll just turn it to the side. You have got your USB port right here, okay? So you've got your USB. So if you've already got embroidery designs like that, or you're buying them and they're on USB, no problem. But it's also Wi-Fi connected. So you can link it up to your smartphone, to your tablet, to your laptop, and then you can download designs directly from those tablets, phone, whatever, straight onto your machine. So there are hundreds of different fonts, a Christmas font, a Halloween font, you know, all these different applique designs, seasonal, nursery themed. If you make and sell, the minute you start adding personalization to things, I think the desirability goes up. I would suggest that the price goes up too, because if it's generic, well, it's one price. If it's personalized to me with my name on it, it's worth more to me. So, you know, there's ways, easy ways, that you can add value to the things you make and sell. Okay, I'm going to pop this to one side for now. Thank you, Dan. I'll keep you posted on stock. But we're going to look next at the sewing machine, that Allison Maryon's been using this morning, which is the Brother FS 250. I think it's fair to say a hero machine here on Sewing Street. Now, with your Brother FS 250, this is the FE, or Fashion Edition. You get so much for your money. It's unbelievable. To start off with, you get 250 stitches on your machine. So you've got all of your utility stitches, so 8 different buttonholes. You've got piecing stitches, patchwork stitches. You've got your perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. You've also got things like your applique stitches, zigzag blanket stitches. You've got eyelets. You've got button sewing function. You've got overlocking or overedge stitching functions. You've also got tons of decorative stitches, satin stitches, and mirror image stitches as well. So there's 250 stitches to get you started. If you have a look at the top, you've also got 3 alphabets. You've got a block capital, you've got a cursive capital, and an outline capital, plus all the numbers, European accented letters, and punctuation. You've got a memory function on your FS250 that can store up to 50 characters, including spaces. So if you want to store, say, a name sequence that you're going to put onto name labels for clothing, for example, easily done. If you want to make quilt labels, super simple. And it's choose the letter, press the memory, choose the letter, press the memory. Super simple and super easy to correct any mistakes as well. You can also use that function to combine decorative stitches to create new ones. I love that. Now, as if that wasn't enough, it's not enough, is it? It's more. There's more. You've also got, of course, you can drop the feed dogs. Okay, you've got the little button at the back, you can drop the feed dogs, so you can do free motion quilting and stitching. You've got, you've got your free arm, your accessory box. You keep all your utility feet in there. So 8 automatic one-step buttonholes, which you're going to use your buttonhole foot for. You've got a button sewing foot in there as well for sewing buttons on by machine. Blind hem. You've got your overlocking foot. You've got your zipper foot, your zigzag, and your monogramming foot. Those are all your standard feet. And more space in the bottom, I think for sweets. I think that's the general idea. Yeah. Right, so you've got those. But also I mentioned that this is called the Fashion Edition. Now I think for £399, I've already got about 3 times what I've paid for. You've also got an extension table. This comes with it, no extra cost. It could be £50 extra for this. This, you just take the accessory box off, slide this on. Okay. Yep, 3 legs. That slides on. Yep. And all of these 3 feet can be adjusted independently. So if you're on a slightly rickety table, you can adjust them all so that this is firm and flat and level. So my extension table lives on my machine unless I'm using the free arm. Okay, but what I also wanted to show you were the Fashion Edition feet that you get with your machine, because these really are added extras and wouldn't you know it, these are not the feet. Some of them are, but there are some missing. Okay, I'll tell you some of the things you've got. So you get, you get a gathering foot. You get a zipper and piping foot. That's this one here. This is, and now you do get a zipper foot as standard, but this is a fully adjustable. So you can basically move this so that your needle is in absolutely the right position, and then you tighten it so that that is now firm. So you can move the foot so it's absolutely right where you need it to be. Yep. So you get a non-stick or Teflon foot. So we're going to use that for sewing things like PU and oilcloth. You get a 5-groove pin tuck foot. That's for creating beautiful little fine tucks in fabric using a twin needle. You also get a narrow hemmer or a rolled hemmer for doing fine fabrics, creating the most beautiful little fine hem. You get a bias binding attaching foot, which is amazing that you get that included for nothing. You also get a 1/4 inch straight stitch foot. Have they changed the package? No. Okay. That's what comes with it. Are they the 7 feet? Cool. Brilliant. Brilliant. Those are standard feet now. Yeah. Absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. Such a great package of feet. Really sort of rounded package of feet. And, you know, with that fully adjustable zipper and piping foot, you can do things like invisible zips as well, really easily. So it's just fantastic. Great machine, great all-rounder machine. Absolutely amazing. Now, there are 2 feet that you probably want to buy to go with this. I'll get to those in a second. £133 is your split pay. 3 split pays available. £133 is the first, and you don't pay any interest. You don't have to fill in any forms. There's no credit check either. Get this machine home, see what it can do for you. Nice FIFO. Love these. Independent reviews. Was very apprehensive of a computerized machine, but very easy to use. And the Brother online tutorials are great. That's from Donna in County Armagh. This might be your first computerized machine. Can I get this plugged in? We've got a power cable. A message. Love this machine. It does everything you need it to. and so much more. And it's easy to use. 14 feet, I know, that's incredible. Extra bits and pieces, what more would you need? It's just fantastic. It is amazing that you get so much for your money. It's absolutely incredible. Thanks, Dan. You also get a 3-year warranty, which is pretty unparalleled. I'm just going to pop it on. Just want to show you how easy it is to use. I'll turn it around. There we go. Right, so if you have a look at the, and it's a simple on-off switch on the side, okay? So once you switch it on, your LCD screen springs to life. And the first thing that I'm sure you can see are those 2 big numbers. And this is your stitch selection. So we've got 2 numbers there, so we can go everything from 00 through to 99. And we're going to do that really easily with these buttons below, which are a plus and a minus, okay? So upper to go up in value and below to go down. So if I just press that once, so 1, 2, hang on, I'm going from the side, 3, 4, so easy, and then we can go down. Yeah, and then here is our units, up and down. And actually, I've just shown you there, if you want to go to 29, it's easier to go to 30 and then down 1. It's quicker, but you'll soon get the hang of that. So we'll just go back down to 0. Now, what I want you to notice as well is that you've got a letter. In this case, it's a letter J. If I change the number, now it's an N. Gone back to J. Let me just see if I can find a different G. These are telling us the feet that we need to put onto our machine. So you don't even have to refer to the manual to know which foot to use. Now next to that, you've got some smaller displays. The first one is the stitch length. At the moment it's 2.5, and I think the diagram kind of shows you that's the stitch getting longer. So that's stitch length. To the side, make it longer, make it shorter. And when the frame appears around the stitch, as you saw it do then, look, it'll disappear. When I get back to 2.5, it appears. That's the default. That's the standard setting, okay? But you can vary it. Below is the width of the stitch, again, which you can vary, make wider or narrower. Now, you're probably thinking, Stuart, you told me there were 250 stitches. How can I pick stitch 231 if I've only got tens and units? Well, I'll show you. Have a look back at this display, but keep your eyes over here as well. Do you see that little green light? This is our mode. So our first 100 stitches are in mode 1, and you can see a little number 1 here. Keep an eye on that as I press this button. Now I'm in mode 2. So mode 2 is my next 100 stitches. All right. So again, I can then pick, and they're all numbered. They're all on the chart on the front of the machine. Then if I press that button one more time, now I'm in mode 3, which is my last 50 stitches. Isn't that a clever way of doing it? I've also got this button underneath, which has a letter A next to it. Guess what? That's the alphabet. So if I click on there, and then I've still got a number 1, because remember, I've got 3 alphabets. So alphabet number 1, that's block capitals. Alphabet number 2, that's cursive. And block alphabet number 3, that's my outline. And back to 1. Super easy to use. Ishbel from Lanarkshire's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, I have this machine and I don't think I will ever need anything else. Also, I love the hard case too. It keeps it safe in the cupboard. That's from Issy. Ah, Issy, Thank you so much. And yes, you absolutely do. You get a hard case that goes over the top of your machine, and you can carry it with the case on as well to keep your beautiful brother machine safe. You get a customer service number on the top if you have any issues or any questions. You also, of course, have an amazing manual that goes with the machine. Brilliant. And also, if you search on YouTube, you will find so many videos from brother and brother enthusiasts to help you get the most out of your machine. It's absolutely incredible. Now, if you want to get the walking foot that goes with your machine, we have those available. It's $39.99. And it's the walking foot. It is a brother branded walking foot. So I'm going to grab it right here. There's your brother walking foot, $39.99. If you've never used a walking foot before, it fits really easily onto your machine. Shall I fit it on? I'm going to fit it on. Right, so with your machine, you get a little screwdriver, all right? Doesn't look like a screwdriver, but it is. Now, my first bit of advice is when you do things like change the needle and change the foot, that you turn off the machine. So I'm going to do that first of all. Right, and then I'm going to turn this side on for a second. Whoa, there we go. Right, so I need to remove the whole of the ankle. Normally, when you're changing the feet on your brother, all you're going to do, there's a little black button at the back. You push down on that and the foot just drops off, okay? So most of the feet, when you change them, you'll actually do with that, okay? And then to put the feet back on, remember I'm doing this back to front, so it's going to look a little awkward. You just snap the feet back on, okay? But it's difficult doing it back to front. Anyway, to put the walking foot on, I need to remove the whole of this ankle. So this little screw here, I'm going to put my screwdriver in, and just half a turn and it will drop off, okay? That's your little ankle. So then you're going to grab your walking foot and you'll see it's got this little, it looks almost like a crab claw. And that's going to fit over your needle clamp, which is this bit right here. And then this side, you've got another like little crab claw. So there are some crabs that have like one big claw and one little one. It's a bit like that. And this one is going to go right where the screw is, where your ankle fits. So here we go. It's kind of a 2-for-1. So you slide that on, the little one. I might just need to undo the screw a little bit. You won't be back to front at home, hopefully. There we go. Right, so there we go, that goes on there. And then the big crab claw sits over the top. Can you see? Over the top of that. And then you're just going to do that screw up. And when you tighten the screw up, you really just want it to be kind of finger tight and then a tiny bit more. So you can do it with your finger, and then you don't want it to wobble. So just tighten so that it doesn't wobble, and that's all it needs. Let me just, I've got that quite on straight. Again, it's because I'm doing it back to front. Now, if you're buying the sewing machine and embroidery combo, it does come with it. It does come with the walking foot. So if you're buying the FS250, you buy the walking foot separately. But if you're going for the combi, you do get the walking foot included. What about the darning foot, Hannah? Have a look for that. Yeah. And there we go, walking foot attached. It's as easy as that. And what the walking foot's going to do is it acts like a second set of feed dogs. So there are little teeth along the top, and now you've also got your feed dogs along the bottom. And the two act in conjunction, and they pick up and carry the fabric through. So what I'm going to do now is just change those feet back over, but with everything facing me, just so that hopefully you can see that it's a lot easier when you're facing the machine. So you just unscrew that screw enough to get the foot off, and then your original ankle goes back on. Now this actually goes under and up like that. Finger tighten the screw, then go in with your screwdriver, and it's just the slightest extra turn just to make sure everything's nice and secure, and then we can snap the foot that we want to use back on, and you're away to go. Oh, okay, great news. Is it an open-toed darning foot? Open toe free motion, perfect, yeah. So with your combi, you do get that darning foot included. If you want a darning foot for the FS250, you buy that separately. You buy that separately. Now, we have a message about the sewing machine. Hi, Stuart. I have this machine. I've taken it on holiday. Yesterday, I made a lined shopping tote bag and had no problems at all with coping. That's Jackie from Gloucestershire. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, it's a great machine. It's a great machine. I was just going to grab out the darning foot. Now I've got single figures. Wow, gosh, okay. Single figures available on this machine. So just be aware of that. I am going to open this darning foot because I don't have the correct darning foot. I want to show you how to put the darning foot on. Because again, quilters, you're going to want a darning foot to go with this machine, probably. And so I'm going to pop it on. $17.49 for this, and it's really worth getting. Right, so here's how to put it on. So again, we're going to take the whole ankle off. So it's that little half turn to loosen the screw, and then take the whole of the ankle and the foot off. Okay. Then next up, if I show you on the foot, you've got, you see this little, again, like a little crab claw here. That's going to go up and under the original screw that holds the ankle in place. And then this little bar, this little bar at the top, that's going to sit on top of the needle clamp. So when you change these feet, whether it's the walking foot or the darning foot, you've always got sort of two things to do. So first of all, this goes underneath the little clamp at the side, finger tighten, and then the little bar will automatically sit on top of the needle clamp. So a little half a turn just to tighten that, make sure it's nice and secure. And then if you just watch around here, when I lower the presser foot, the spring actually opens up a little bit. Let me turn it around. You might be able to see that a little bit better. So here the spring is tightened up. When I drop that, can you, oh, hello. Oh. And again, hello. Oh, gremlins in the machine. Are we okay? There we go. Can you see the spring just get stretched and released? And what this allows is for the foot to hop, to bounce as you're traveling across the surface of your quilting. You see, and it's all operated. That spring is stretched because that little bar hits the needle clamp and stretches the spring open. Super little foot, easy to use, and you're going to drop your feed dogs. Remember, that's easy to do. You're just going to push this switch away. The feed dogs disappear, so now you're in control of your stitching, your length and direction. Right, now I've got some fabulous tapestry fabrics. I've already ordered some of this. Oh, is it waiting for me? Wonderful. Great. Woohoo. For some bag making. Got some lovely tapestry fabrics that I want to share with you. Let's dive in. This ends 94. TIC 494. Oh, this is very William Morris. Very William Morris. This is called Briar Rose in Azure. Oh, wow. I think I love the wrong side even more. Wow. Wow. Was not expecting that. Was not expecting that. If you're doing unlined bags, of course, it's great to know the inside's going to look wonderful. So how cool is this? Like clamshells. Clamshells. You see those? 80% cotton, 20% polyester. This is a wide fabric. It's 140 wide. So you're going to get a lot out of half a metre. That is gorgeous. Is that brand new today, Hannah? Just been on once before. Just been on once before, but it's definitely new in our repertoire of tapestries. That is gorgeous. Absolutely love that. Briar Rose, very nice. Next up, this is LQC 427. Ooh, again, very elegant, sinuous movement there. Now, of course, you can use these fabrics for bag making. Absolutely superb for bag making. You don't need a lot of interfacing with something like this because it's a good weight, but you could use something like fusible foam if you wanted softness or padding. But you can also use these for things like cushions, upholstery, drapes, curtains. Fab. Wow. I've got that same design in a couple of different colorways, actually. Let me show you the next one. This is VWC 484. So this is more of the reds, the pink. That's yummy. That is really yummy. Sure. The code, Hannah, is VWC 484. Spectacular. VWC 484. Yeah, awesome. Great price too. $7.99. Remember, this is that 54 or 60 inches wide? I think it might be 60. I'm just going to measure it. I think that's 60. Uh, 55. See? Wrong again. Not bad. I didn't do bad. Next one, same design, different colorway. PVC 497. PVC 497. It's not PVC. Oh, I'm in love with that colorway. That is smart. That is really smart. PVC 497. And there is your reverse. Wow. Gorgeous. Any other particular ones, Hannah, or can I just pick? I'll just pick. I think these might be newish as well. This one's JZC 421. Oh, yeah. That is amazing. That's really cool. Love this sort of slatey, silvery blue. Little goldfinches, maybe? Beautiful. Yeah. I've got that in 3 colorways, actually. I got the Voisey Rose Tapestry in the teal color. Even better in real life and a good weight. A bag for me, methinks. Kate, I don't blame you. I I don't blame you. The voice is gorgeous. Next up, this is XYC 440. Yummy. Absolutely yummy. I want to put that with mustard yellow faux leather combo. Really nice. Just a simple, excuse me, a simple tote bag, but elevated because of this amazing fabric. And then I would use some PU, black PU handles, sew-on handles. Simple, easy, 1/2 metre, plenty to do that with. And then last colourway in that same design, PLC 415. This has been very popular on pre-order. Lots of you gone for this. That's sort of teals and yellow and that gorgeous fresh green. It's got a nice summery vibe. Now, we'll do the one next. I bought this morning. This is ZJC 486. So bold, graphic, black and white. How cool is that? So I'm going to be making a rucksack out of this with some black faux leather and some black webbing straps, some silver metalware, 1/2 metre. That's all you need. Gorgeous, isn't it? Such a great scale as well. And the underside is, well, you decide which is the best side, the right side or the wrong side. I'm team wrong side. I've always been on the wrong side. I've always picked the wrong side. I walked straight into that, didn't I? I really did. There are so many other tapestries, my goodness me. Now, the Brother FS250 is a bit of a hero for us here, and for you, I know. Amazing machine. I've, at the moment, got the optional darning foot installed. The darning foot's available separately. £399, you get 14 feet with this machine. 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, an extension table, a hard carry case. You can sew on buttons, 8 different automatic one-step buttonholes. You've got patchwork and quilting stitches. You get a 1/4 inch foot, but you don't need the 1/4 inch foot because you've got a 1/4 inch stitch on the machine, which I use all the time. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. We also have the combi machine. We managed to get this back in stock. An amazing sewing machine with free arm. Over 260 stitches on this machine, should be £2,499. When you want to do some embroidery, it's as simple as this. Take off the accessory box, grab the embroidery module, and slide it on until it clicks. That's it, and you are ready to embroider. The most important question we ever ask is, how big's the embroidery hoop? Well, you get two, the largest of which has an embroidery area of 10.5 inches by 6.5 inches. That's huge. You also get a smaller embroidery hoop for when you're doing these smaller embroideries or working on smaller projects. But the maximum embroidery area is 6.5 by 10.5, which is huge. Absolutely brilliant. Wi-Fi connectivity, USB port, simple, quick and easy to switch between sewing and embroidery. And the best news is £500 off today and 5 split pays if you would like them. £399.80. That's all you need to pay today to get the machine home. And you don't make all 5 payments and then get the machine. You make 1 payment today. £399.80. We send you the machine in 3 to 5 working days. No credit checks, no interest, no forms to fill in. It's just an option you pick when you check out. Brilliant day to go for it. We've got some back in stock. We have not got loads. We've got single figures. So if you want to get yours, today's the day. Go for it. Now we're going to do the menu and see what's coming up tomorrow. I'm back. We're starting at 8 a.m. with bulk buy deals. Go big or go home, that's what I say. At 9 o'clock, those crafty witches are here. Hel Sheridan is in the house with Let's Bake. Now, I did tell her a bit of a fib last week, and I said to her, Hel's, you do know, don't you, that if ever guests come on with like baking-themed fabrics, it's traditional here that they have to bring cake and do baking. She's like, oh, okay, all right. Naughty. At 10 o'clock, we've got quilting and patchwork rulers. I've no doubt I will be getting my rotary cutter out for that. At 11 o'clock, those crafty witches are back with Sweet Bouquet, gorgeous fabrics there. And at 12 o'clock, we finish off with quilt kits you will love. You will love. Wow, what a morning. I think this morning has been defined by Allison Maryon, hasn't it? And her reimagined Scandinavian Bronze Age bog jacket. I'm not making this up. Wow. I'm talking to Rosie now. Who's coming over to take over. We had the reimagined Bronze Age bog jacket this morning. It's been an absolute hit. It's been an absolute hit. We love Allison Maryon, so we love our viewers more. Thank you for staying with us all morning. And I'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8 a.m, okay? Take care, and I'll see you then.